Order, please. We'll begin with the daily routine. Presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to present a petition, the operative clause of which is, we, the undersigned, call upon the Government of Nova Scotia to continue rent control beyond December 2023. It contains 76 signatures, and I have signed it also. Thank you.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as the chair of the Committee of Law Amendments, I am directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bills. Bill number 94, Ukraine Fathom and Genocide Memorial Act. Bill number 106, an act to amend Chapter 85 of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the Condominium Act. Bill number 107, an act to repeal Chapter 17 of the Acts of 2003, the Crosby Memorial Trust Fund Act. Bill number 109, an act to amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the Income Tax Act, respecting fertility and surrogate rebate. Bill number 114, an act to amend Chapter 209 of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the Hospital Act. Bill number 115, an act to amend Chapter 32 of the Acts of 2004, the Prescription Monitoring Act. Bill number 118, an act to amend Chapter 41 of the Acts of 2010, the Personal Health Information Act. And Bill number 120, an act to amend Chapter 42 of the Acts of 2005, the Involuntary Psychiatric Treatment Act. The committee recommends these bills to be favorable consideration of the House without any amendments.
Order that these bills be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In consideration of a member's statement that I'll read in a few moments, I would like to table the following article from the Chronicle Herald on October 9th, 2021 by Jim Vibert, entitled Discrimination Against Disabled Systemic in Nova Scotia and Those Who Fought It Heroic.
The report is tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas residential school survivors, elders, knowledge keepers, youth and community leaders from across Canada were part of an Indigenous delegation to the Vatican this past week, seeking and receiving an apology from Pope Francis for the Roman Catholic Church's role in Canada's residential school system. And whereas the Mi'kmaq of Nova Scotia were represented in Rome by residential school survivor Phyllis Gugu, an elder from Waikaba First Nation, and Michael Ardeni of Eskasoni First Nation, who is the Red Road coordinator at Mi'kmaq Gina Matanaway. Whereas the delegates shared their pain and stories about the impact of the residential school system in Canada on them and their families for generations, and those stories have been heard around the world. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly join me in recognizing Phyllis Gugu and Michael Ardeni and thanking them for their courage and commitment to healing the trauma left by the residential school system. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please indicate aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. Notices of motion. The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Whereas Nova Scotia winters do not follow the predictability of the traditional calendar, and whereas each year with the growing intensity of storms resulting from climate change, We see more and more roads that have previously thawed receive nearly a foot of fresh snow. And whereas the people of this province, particularly in rural areas, should not have to worry about whether or not an emergency vehicle can reach their road or whether there are enough active employees to provide snow clearing so they can safely reach their own destinations. Therefore, be it resolved that members of this House recognize the impact of our exceedingly non-traditional winter storms and require the government of the day to adopt the necessary changes to allow a portion of employees to be available before and beyond the traditional calendar season so roads can be cleared for the safe travel of Nova Scotians and emergency vehicles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statements by members. The honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Donald McClellan of Ayrshire. Donald has been capturing events and moments throughout Richmond County for many years through the eye of his camera. Many people follow his Facebook page, Il Madame Through My Eyes, where he shares his pictures for all to enjoy. He is able to capture memories of Richmond County for those that still live here and inspire those who left to come back home someday. Please join me in thanking Donald McClellan for his commitment to sharing the beauty of our home for all to see. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to talk about the incredible Alicia McCarville. Alicia is an amazing woman in our community who has 4.5 million TikTok followers and 647,000 Instagram followers. Her platform is all about self-love and genuine kindness towards yourself and others around her. You really need to check her out online. Mr. Speaker, Alicia is setting the example for all young people to be true to who they are and continue a path of self-love and compassion. She's truly an inspiration to all. And if you're hearing this, Alicia, give me a call. I'd love to do a TikTok video with you, though I think she'd probably lose supporters with my dance moves. But Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the House to join me in recognizing Alicia for everything she does and her positive attitude towards life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to draw the attention of the House to October 6th, when, in a detailed 113-page ruling, Nova Scotia's highest court determined that the government's confinement of people with disabilities is systemic discrimination. In a Chronicle Herald op-ed piece on October 9th, which I've already tabled, Jim Vibert wrote, "This week the court said the province could try to justify its confinement practices before a Human Rights Board of Inquiry, but the Premier wisely said that's not on. After the court's ruling, the government would almost certainly lose again, and the Tories would earn the label heartless in the process. The Premier said his government would take the court's ruling to heart, but stopped short of committing the money required to remove the barriers to integration," unquote. I ask the House to join me in recognizing the importance of the Premier's commitment to, quote, take the court's ruling to heart. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Skylark Productions, a River John-based television and film production company, on 24 hours of programming achieved by 2021. Now in its third season, the company's most popular show, The Final Draft on Eastlink TV, is about authors, illustrators, and publishers in Nova Scotia. Skylark also produced 2 6-part series for Eastlink last year entitled Fahey's Atlantic Notes, featuring Nova Scotian musician, and last summer the film crew produced The Blank Canvas, a 7-part series about Nova Scotian artists. Mr. Speaker, once again, I congratulate Skylark Productions on this milestone. I thank them for promoting Nova Scotian talent through film and TV, and I wish them luck and success in all future productions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park. The honourable member for Bedford, no, Halifax Arndale, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to recognize the Gurdwar Sahiba Maritime Sikh Society, who over 50 years have made tremendous contribution towards the lives of Nova Scotians who identify as a Sikh. The Gurdwara Sahib Boltwood building is currently under renovation. I wish the community strength during this time and will like to inform Nova Scotians that if they wish to donate to this ongoing effort, to please go to the Gurdwara Sahib Maritime Sikh Society Facebook page for more information. Thank you for being a pillar of our community, and I wish you all happy Visca this April. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Cape Breton Central, Whitney Peer.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the successful 21-22 season for the New Waterford Minor Hockey Association. A big thank you to all the selfless and valued volunteers, coaches, managers, and our Sharks on a successful season. Under 18 AA second place clinched provincial spot. Under 18 C and under 15 C second place in division. Under 13 B first place Cape Breton Cup and first place Northern Conference. Under 13C, third place in their division. Under 18C, Team 1 placed second place. Under 11C, Team 2 tied for third place. In basketball yesterday, April 3rd, three Beck basketball teams took home regional titles. I congratulate the Beck Bear boys, who took home the middle school title and had an undefeated season. The Beck boys and girls captured Division 2 Highland titles. Congratulations to all.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the dedicated service of the Spring Hill Fire Department and congratulate them and their members in the way that they celebrated their annual banquet this past March. Not only does the department and its members do so much for the community, they put their lives on the line each time they answer a call for a fire or an emergency. Please join me in thanking the following members as they received Outstanding Service Awards. James McDonald for 5 years, Melissa Ward for 5 years, Chris Mean for 10 years, Kendall Spence, the Chief, for 20 years, Derek Wood for 25 years, and the great Tommy Hunter for 30 years. Mr. Speaker, again, I thank the Fire Department all over Cumberland South, but specifically on their annual banquet, the Spring Hill Fire Department, for their achievements this year and years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Bedford South.
Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to recognize an outstanding young student in my riding. Michael Lee, a grade 11 student at CPA High School, recently won a gold award at the competitive Canadian Open Mathematics competition for the second year in a row. Michael is also one of just 25 students from across Canada to have been accepted into a math mentorship program at the University of Toronto. Like so many of us, Michael thanks his parents and his teachers for nurturing his love of math and giving him the confidence to succeed. Michael says he loves math because there's always only one answer to the problem. If only politics were like that, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, it's not. I'd ask all members of the House to congratulate Michael Lee on his achievements and wish him the best in his future pursuits. Thank you.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize those schools and their students that helped us to celebrate African Heritage Month by submitting art to my constituency office that still decorates the walls. I would like to congratulate all the winners and everyone who participated, and I'd like to mention those names of the winners here. First place winner from St. Joseph St. McKay School, grade 6, Mackenzie, Ava Galbraith. Winners from Highland Park Junior High, grade 8, Samantha Carter and Aline Tumu Sifu. Grade 4 North, from St. Joseph St. McKay, Sable Ada, Jedediah Ediami, Candace Ald, Zavaria Beals, Ayana Brown, Kaylin Castillo, B. Cull, Blake DeCoste, Kiara Diamond, Cash Gallant McLean, Brooklyn Gangoose, Isaiah Hansen, Maya Hoffman, Annalisa Kohler, Nevaeh Lopi, Jake McPherson, Gwen Morton, Sophie Neville, Matilde Pasquinelli, Elio Raka, Ben Warren, Morale Willis. I'd like to say a huge congratulations to all of you, and if you'd like to see the artwork, it is in my office on Yonge Street. Thank you.
The honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Tina and Kenny Oikel on the opening of their new business, the Milton Market. On December 4th, the market opened its doors for the first time, warmly welcoming customers with an impressive selection of delicious coffee, snacks, and ice cream, as well as wonderful gift ideas, local products and artwork, home decor, and more. The Oikels are continuously looking for ways to meet needs of the community members while supporting local artisans and fellow entrepreneurs. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Tina and Kenny for their commitment to their community and wish them all the best and much success in this impressive business endeavor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Volunteerism is alive and well in the Cape Breton region. And today I would like to recognize a dynamic mother and son duo of Peggy and Justin McDonald. So Peggy and Justin coordinate the local Challenger baseball and hockey programs year-round, and they do a fantastic job. I'd also like to congratulate some of their team, Anita McNeil, Ali Finelson, Herb and Era Clark, as well as Joey Bungie and Martin Andrea on the hockey program. This is an amazing program in our community, and many children get to participate in this sport that otherwise would not get to participate. So congratulations to everyone in Challenger baseball and hockey. Thank you.
The member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, April is Autism Awareness Month. As I have said in this legislature before, there is a journey to an autism diagnosis, and the continuing journey afterwards requires the support of skilled people and compassionate systems and institutions in all sectors. I asked my son Jason for ideas of who was helpful in his journey, and he suggested that I recognize Churchill Academy. We found Churchill Academy when Jason started grade 6, and he stayed there until grade 10 with enormous success. It was success that was always part of him, but he needed Churchill Academy to foster it. It is hard to describe the magic of Churchill, at once providing individual support with individual accountability, yet building a community, and also celebrating the success of every student at the end of each year. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to recognize the staff and faculty of Churchill Academy for their ongoing dedication to supporting students achieve their best.
The member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to rise today to honor Chris Kaiser for the dedicated community involvement in the town of Glace Bay. Chris is only 18 years old, and yet he has already made a positive difference in our community. His volunteer activities include Undercurrent Youth Society, Lighthouse Church, Christmas Crew Society, Future Ready Youth Society, food banks, Meals on Wheels, and Glace Bay Fitness Group. I remind you, Mr. Speaker, this kid is 18 years old. As impressive as a list as this is, his family will tell you that he's best known for doing random acts of kindness. And, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that as a former student of mine, this is true. Chris goes above and beyond for everybody he knows. So, Mr. Speaker, with youth like Chris Kaiser, I can assure you Glace Bay is in good hands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Nora Gross, a longtime resident artist of Cole Harbour, who's an elected member of the Canadian Society of Painters in watercolor. Nora's works of art have found homes in many private as well as corporate collections across North America as well as Europe, as well as the walls of my MLA office. At the start of the pandemic, Nora challenged herself to create one painting a day for 100 days and posted her completed works of art on her social media account to the delight of her friends and followers. Nora has eagerly passed on her love of art through the many classes that she's taught to burgeoning artists of all ages over the years. Paintbrush aside, Nora has been a devoted member of a team of volunteers at the Cole Harbour Heritage Farm and Museum for over 38 years, helping to keep the history of this unique treasure very much alive for generations to come. I ask that the members of the House of Assembly to join me in recognizing Nora Gross. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, Dartmouth North spoken word artist and author Guy Lee Johnson recently released her first film, Scratching the Surface, a short documentary about mental health within the African Nova Scotian community. The film sprung from Guy Lee's participation in Being Black in Canada, a program created by the Fabian Colas Foundation to remedy the, quote, blatant lack of Black people in front of and behind the camera in Canada, end quote. The films from the program's 2021 cohort premiered at the Halifax Black Film Festival in February of 2022. The impetus for Guy Lee's film came from the love and support she received after publishing an article called Black People Don't Get Depressed in the Nova Scotia Advocate. Guy Lee Johnson is not afraid of tackling tough and necessary topics in her artwork, and Scratching the Surface is no different. I ask the House to join me in congratulating Guy Lee and thanking her, and to thank her for her vulnerability, creativity, and courage. As always, I am excited to see what's next on her journey. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Alex Thompson, a Dartmouth East entrepreneur. Alex is the owner of Aussie Fit, a training facility that focuses on several physical and mental health programs. Alex offers great programs to his clients that focus on personal training, fascia stretch therapy, and a personal VIP gym for his clients. Alex is not only a talented and hardworking young Nova Scotian entrepreneur, he's also a welterweight MMA fighter. And believe it or not, Mr. Speaker, I spar with him every Saturday morning, and I can tell you it is a fun but also very humbling experience. Good preparation for the House. Mr. Speaker, his dedication to his sport, his dedication to his business, his dedication to his clients, and his own training is an absolute inspiration. On a personal note, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Alex for the time he dedicated to me following the passing of my first wife. Alex is an amazing coach, and he's an even better friend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Preston.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the House to recognize Bernadine Sparks, who's from Cherrybrook. She's an amazing daughter, sister, aunt, and grandmother. She's been dedicated and an active member of her community and her church since she was a little girl. Being so active has led her to have a career in the community, and she started working for the Preston Area Housing Fund, which office is located in North Preston, as a secretary in 1985, and this year marks her 37th year anniversary. So we want to congratulate Bernadine for constantly giving back to her community, family, and friends, and thank you.
The member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as a proud CBU alumnus and to recognize Andy Heffernan. In an article entitled Smashing Stigmas, Andy discussed the vital role CBU plays in her quality of life and mental health since becoming a student. Andy's article highlighted the importance of finding the right post-secondary institution that fits them and the consequences of not finding that right fit can have on students and their mental health, including experiencing higher stress, which may lead to dropping out of school, leading to feelings of failure and anxiety. Mr. Speaker, Andy also highlighted the positive impact finding the right fit can have on students and their mental health. Her reasons for finding a home at CBU are like my own. CBU cares about student life. It's a welcoming atmosphere. Professors are accessible in and out of the classroom, and the staff are helpful and friendly. In other words, CBU is a community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to congratulate a strong entrepreneur in Cumberland County, Mrs. Lacey Fisher, and her team at RE/MAX County Line Realty Limited. Her team includes Kathy LeBlanc, Celeste LeBlanc, and Darlene Bowie. They all won individual awards this past weekend at the Atlantic Canada RE/MAX Awards celebration. Kathy LeBlanc hit a career milestone of lifetime $3 million in volume within 7 years. Lacey Fisher is a wife, a mother, a daughter, a friend, a Rotarian, and a businesswoman. Today, I ask all members in this House to recognize Lacey Fisher and her teams, Celeste, Kathy, and Darlene, and recognize their great success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Colchester, Musquedominant Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to acknowledge minor hockey for the joy that it brings to folks like myself. I followed my son Brent for many years, and I often thank him for his skill and the joy I had in watching him over the years. Now my grandchildren, Gavin and Paige, give me that same joy in my old age. The past couple of years have been very rough on sports, but minor hockey has done its level best to keep these children doing what they love. My grandchildren love the sport, and the sport gives a lot back to them and to us as spectators. Today I offer thanks for minor hockey and the contribution that it makes to our communities. Children of all levels can find a team that is right for them, and I'm thankful for the joy of participation, whether it be player or spectator, and I look forward to next year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Clare.
Mr. Speaker, every year, individuals that inspire our business community and future business leaders through their lifetime achievements in business are honored and inducted into the Nova Scotia Business Hall of Fame. Last October, this honor was bestowed to Ernest, Arthur, Russell, and Larry Theriault, the brothers who ran AF Theriault & Sons Limited for much of the company's history. The brothers had started working at the shipyard by their father's side, Gus Theriault, before eventually taking over the business. Under their leadership, they built on their parents' legacy and grew the business to become the largest family-owned shipyard in the province, a business that continues to have a tremendous impact on both the local and provincial economy. I ask that all members join me in congratulating Ernest, Arthur, Larry, and the family of Russell Theriault for their induction in the Nova Scotia Business Hall of Fame, a well-deserved honor. Thank you.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Miles Baldwin and Tyson McDowell on the opening of the Narrows Public House on Goddigan Street. The two business partners met while working in a traditional pub some years ago and decided to breathe new life into a historic Victorian home, transforming it into a cozy setting that can accommodate 80 diners. Informed by heritage planners and community members, they offer traditional Nova Scotia meals, great drinks, and a place to stay. The two set a goal of raising $45,000 in a grassroots campaign, and after a rocky start, they were able to raise over $71,000 with the help of 468 backers on Kickstarter. Their soft opening was on March 8th, and we look forward to their grand opening. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate Miles and Tyson, and I look forward to dropping by, and I wish them many years of success in our neighborhood of Halifax Needham.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Jim Butler, the new Chief of Police for the town of Kentville. Chief Jim Butler began training for his career in policing in 1991 and previously served on the Kentville Police Force in 1992. He is familiar with our community and recognizes that community engagement is a huge part of what the town of Kentville requires. He plans to lead the force with a philosophy of community-led policing that promotes the hearing from residents about the ways in which the town of Kentville is policed. Chief Butler is also a proponent of employee wellness and development. Please join me today to welcome Jim Butler as the new Chief of Police in the town of Kentville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Tri-County Betterment Association is a non-profit organization composed entirely of volunteers. Its mission is to make tangible and physical improvements for the general betterment of the residents of Southwest Nova. For the last 19 years, the Tri-County Betterment Association has paid out over $1.4 million in prizes and over $265,000 in donations. The association is one of the Yarmouth Hospital Foundation's biggest financial supporters and has also significantly contributed to Digby Hospital and Roseway Hospital in Shelburne. I ask this House to join me in recognizing and thanking the Tri-County Betterment Association for the meaningful and generous work it does in our region. It's an organization that's truly making a difference in the lives of many. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark an important time for thousands of Nova Scotians. The evening of Saturday, April 2nd, was the last night of the Islamic calendar's 9th month, which means Ramadan has begun. Ramadan is observed by the Muslim community worldwide as an occasion to pray, reflect, and contribute to one's community. Between the two sightings of the crescent moon, many will devote extra time to charity or volunteer work. Families, friends, and communities will bond over this, as well as suhoor and iftar, the pre- and post-fast daily meals. Mr. Speaker, I ask that my colleagues in this House join me in marking the beginning of Ramadan and in wishing our province's Muslim community a month of meaningful reflection, connection, and work to make the world a better place. Ramadan Mubarak.
The member for Hants East.
Mr. Speaker, Braden Langell has made a name for himself in the car racing, and Mr. Speaker, last year was no exception to his brilliance on the racetrack. Last summer alone, Braden ran in 6 races, winning 3, placing second in 1, and wrecking in 1. His love for racing began when he was just 7 years old, and the list of his achievements in his 13-year career are incredible. He was the youngest Maritime League winner ever and has had over 50 wins in his career so far. Deciding to pass on his knowledge and love for the sport, Braden started his own company called Braden Langell Motorsports, where he has helped young racers who are now excelling at the sport of racing. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to extend my congratulations to Braden, not only for his accomplishments on the track to date, but also his new business adventure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Annapolis.
Mr. Speaker, many in my hometown of Annapolis Royal and beyond are mourning the loss of Kathy Eamon, who passed away last week after a short battle with cancer. Kathy grew up in Annapolis Royal and operated the Crooked Floor on Victoria Street since 1999 and Lucky Lou's on St. George Street with partner Brian Wombold. She once confessed that her secret to running a successful business in rural Nova Scotia for more than 20 years was to be unique, and that's certainly true of both her businesses. If you needed a fish thermometer, juggling balls, or a horse mask, you would pop into Lucky Lou's, and you could count on the Crooked Floor for collectibles, handmade writing journals, and local jewelry, amongst many other beautiful things. Kathy was an active volunteer who lent her artistic talents and decorating skills to many community events. And amongst these challenging last few months, she was able to maintain her sense of humor and passion for life. I'd ask members of the Legislative Assembly to join me in offering condolences to her partner Brian, her mum Ardith, her sister Carla, her brothers Robbie and Tony, and the entire family. Thank you.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, Dartmouth North resident Rebecca Hiltz LeBlanc is one of 9 lawyers recently appointed to the Queen's Counsel, an honor reserved for those who demonstrate exceptional merit and outstanding contributions to the legal community. A partner at McGuinness Cooper, Rebecca also has a background in the performing arts, specifically as an opera soprano, and gives back to the community through her involvement in the board of directors at Neptune Theatre, where she currently serves as past chair. Through her work with the Greater Burnside Business Association, she's been generous with her time to organizations in the Dartmouth community, for which I am very grateful. Called to the bar in 2004, Rebecca has appeared before all levels of court in Nova Scotia, as well as other provincial courts. She also sits on various committees of the Nova Scotia Barristers Society and lectures part-time at Dalhousie University. She's also been named a future star by Benchmark Litigation Canada on several occasions. I ask the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Rebecca Hiltz LeBlanc on receiving this prestigious Queen's Counsel designation. Thank you.
The member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Kathy Bates of Malagash. Kathy wanted to bring the Dolly Parton Imagination Library to Cumberland County for children ages birth to 5. Books can be expensive for families, and the Dolly Parton Imagination Library mails books directly to people's homes. Kathy has a passion for her community and wanted to make sure that everyone had access to books, especially where many have been staying at home due to COVID-19 pandemic. The Imagination Library for Cumberland had their Facebook launch in January of this year and already have over 250 children registered to receive books at home. I would like to thank Kathy for her efforts in bringing reading to children and for caring greatly about our community. Literacy changes lives, and education is a game changer. Thank you, Kathy Bates, for changing the lives of our children in Cumberland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Antigonish.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Richard Grant and Donald Jukes on receiving one of 10 grants through the Spark Nova Scotia Startup Competition for Early Stage Companies. These Antigonish residents who are at St. Yves were awarded $45,000 for their company Live & Beverages. Richard and Donald created Canada's first craft protein kefir, which combines protein with powerful probiotics to heal the mind and body. Liven is the first Canadian post-workout probiotic to holistically support muscle recovery and help consumers achieve and maintain a healthy gut microbiome. They converted a piece of the Antigonish Farmers Market kitchen into a specialty fermentation facility. It is exciting to see this level of entrepreneurial activity in our community, and I ask the members of this House to congratulate Richard and Donald and wish them continued success. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Mr. Speaker, I have sad news to share with the House today. Patrick Daly was a long-time figure in the sports world here in Nova Scotia, but more importantly, he was a dad of one of our own, former caucus staffer Liam Daly and his sister Andrea. And many in this House would also know Pat's wife, Laurie Patterson Daly. So for us, Pat's sudden passing on March 26 is a death that hits home. Pat came to Nova Scotia from his native Quebec to play football at St. Mary's. He went on to coach ski racers and became an assistant coach of the Canadian National Women's Ski Team. He was never happier than when he was skiing or nurturing the next generation of skiers. Pat also enjoyed many other sports like golf, and somehow in there he found time to work as a successful commercial real estate broker too. Pat's motto was to work hard and play harder, which he did right up until the very end. Most of all, Pat loved his family, and I want to share my condolences with them and with his extended family and many, many friends. Pat Daly was a great guy, and he will be missed.
The member for Kings West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, blood donation is a vital part of ensuring Nova Scotians receive the life-saving resources required in their time of need. One of my constituents, Tom Henley, was a regular blood donor who had just under 50 blood donations before he was unable to continue donating. However, that did not stop Tom from supporting Canadian Blood Services. Tom has been a volunteer for many years and a keen ambassador for Canada's Lifeline. As part of the Berwick and District Lions Club, he organizes and promotes blood donor clinics and is always available to volunteer on the day. Tom is a community leader who volunteers his time to many other causes as well. In November of 2021, Tom was named as Atlantic Canada's Honoured Volunteer by Canadian Blood Services in recognition of his commitment and generosity to Canada's Lifeline. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask all members of this House to join me in congratulating Tom Henley on this well-deserved recognition and thank him for his dedication to blood collection for all Nova Scotians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise from a place to recognize everyone involved with Loaves and Fishes in Sydney. Since 1981, Loaves and Fishes has been there to support so many people in our community with meals and with clothes and with other support. They serve approximately 50,000 meals a year in the Greater Sydney area to support families. And there are so many dedicated volunteers that each and every day go there to support the most vulnerable in our community. I rise in my place to recognize Mark Walmati, who's the executive director, the board of Loaves and Fishes, and all the volunteers who work tirelessly to ensure that almost 50,000 meals are served in the Greater Sydney area each year. So I ask everyone in the House to join me in recognizing all of the amazing work of everyone involved with Loaves and Fishes in Sydney.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River, Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Windsor Junction's Joe McIntyre and his daughter Maddie hadn't had a haircut since the COVID-19 pandemic began. Joe's hair was to his shoulders and Maddie's was past her elbows. The lifting of restrictions was the only reason that they felt it was time for their long-awaited haircut. The recent cancer diagnosis of a family friend was the other. They wanted to help recipients of wigs from Locks of Love. They chose to donate their hair to this group because the majority of the wigs that Locks of Love makes are for children, and they were very happy doing it together. Mr. Speaker, please join me in thanking father and daughter, Joe and Maddie, for their thoughtful donation to Locks of Love. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Chris Carlisle, Director of Golf at the Links of Brunello and Timberley. Throughout the winter season, Chris also keeps busy assisting hundreds of customers. In fact, the parking lot at Brunello can be every bit as full through the winter as it is in the summer, thanks to the cross-country skiers, skaters on the ice rink that converts to tennis courts in the spring and summer, and to snowshoe enthusiasts who enjoy a walk in the snow on the course. Brunello has been offering winter activities, including cross-country skiing, since it opened in 2015, but the interest and popularity in cross-country skiing really took off 3 years ago when the course linked up with Scotia XC Ski Club. The ski club sells family passes to the trails at Brunello and makes snow in an area called the Snow Bowl, where they also offer lessons. Chris estimates about 25% of people enjoying the winter activities are from Brunello, and the rest of the adventurers are Scotia XC members from all over the province who are attracted to the challenging terrain and well-groomed trails at Brunello. Mr. Speaker, I'd like the members of the House of Assembly to join me in recognizing Chris's important contribution to the community and to create opportunities for people to reap the benefits of outdoor winter activities that are so important to good health, mental well-being, and for boosting our moods during the darker months of the year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the exceptional group of volunteers, the Meals on Wheels drivers. This program has existed in Shelburne County for more than 30 years, serving 15 clients weekly by delivering healthy, nutritious meals that help clients maintain health and independence in their own home. All meals are prepared by the Roseway Hospital kitchen and have been delivered by a group of dedicated drivers, ensuring the continued existence and success of this important program. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully ask that all members join me in thanking Debbie Wilson-King, Debbie Bauer, Jackie Ward, Tammy Crosby, Wayne Blinkhorn, Sam and Bill Stewart, Harold Doan, Cheryl Bauer, and Brenda Cameron for their commitment to the Meals on Wheels program and their clients. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take a moment to recognize Marjorie Willison on her recent retirement and success on CBC radio airwaves. Marjorie was the go-to person in HRM for gardening advice. Her sound advice and calming voice always went well with a warm cup of tea. Mr. Speaker, though Marjorie is retiring from the airwaves, she's still heavily involved in the Spryfield community. She can always be relied on for advice and a helping hand. Congratulations, Marjorie, on an amazing career at CBC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Seniors Association of St. Margaret's. Through their online jewelry auction, they have raised more than $3,000 for the St. Margaret's Bay Food Bank. They also provide ongoing support to many St. Margaret's Bay organizations and programs, benefiting the community as a whole. I was pleased to learn that on March 14th, the Bay Seniors Association received a provincial grant to support a Tuesday drop-in program for local seniors. At these events, they will serve refreshments and offer planned activities. I ask all members of Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in recognizing the ongoing work of the Seniors Association of St. Margaret's Bay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize an exceptional young entrepreneur in my riding who I had the pleasure of meeting about a week and a half ago. His name is Mubdul Alali, and he has started an app called Bloxo. So what Bloxo does is it allows you to sign in and sign up and pay for any recreational sports opportunities anywhere across the province with just a few clicks. When I met him, he showed me the app. It's easy, it's simple. One of the hardest things about recreational sports when you get a little older is, where do I go? How do I pay? What do I need to do? So he's solved that problem. I think it's a fantastic idea, and I encourage everybody to download the app. I know there are a few members that already have, actually. Mubdu arrived from Saudi Arabia in 2011 to study at St. Mary's. He's made a great contribution to this province already, and I wish him all the best in his future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to the Berg Classic, an annual volunteer-run recreational hockey tournament that has delivered a fun and charitable weekend in Lunenburg every spring since 2012. The Berg Classic was created to support individuals facing financial hardship due to life-altering circumstances, and each year 100% of proceeds are returned to the local community. To date, the Berg Classic has donated over $180,000. There are many ways to participate and enjoy the full Berg experience. Of course, there's hockey, but also a 50-50 draw, silent auction, musical entertainment, and the Battle of the Berg. a competition for Best Burger in Lunenburg. Organizers have now also announced a new event, a Berg Classic Golf Tournament to take place in May. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank the Berg Classic Committee for their support of our communities and congratulate them on their continued success. Thank you.
The member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I will rise to congratulate Sydney Mines and District Little League. They'll be hosting the 22 Canadian Senior Little League Championships this July, and the team will comprise players from District 1. And District 1 encompasses many parts of Nova Scotia, including some in Dartmouth and Amherst, as well as Cape Breton. So I'd like to wish Sydney Mines District Little League great success with this tournament and urge all businesses and community members to help support and sponsor this great event and to come and visit in July and witness some great baseball. Thank you.
The honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the 5th Canso Scout Troop as they celebrate 50 years of scouting and service to the Canso community and area. The Scout Troop has had strong leadership over the years and an even stronger commitment to the youth ages 8 to 14 of Canso. In the words of Canso Scout Troop longtime leader Harold Roberts, scouting gives kids something fun to look forward to. By getting outside, connecting with their friends, and sharing new experiences, youth build resiliency and are motivated to blaze their own trail. Mr. Speaker, scouting gives youth new skills, confidence, and the opportunity to get involved in their communities at an early age. Scouting is often the early beginnings of community-minded adults who will continue to be involved in making their area and the world a better place to live. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish a very well-deserved congratulations to the 5th Canso Scout Troop for 50 years of scouting and thank their leaders for their commitment to the youth in their area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Mr. Speaker, whereas the Nova Scotian Institute of Natural Science was founded in 1862 as a direct descendant of the Halifax Mechanics Institute and the Halifax Literary and Scientific Society, and whereas in 1890 it was incorporated as the Nova Scotia Institute of Science through an act of the Nova Scotia Legislature, and whereas it has been actively promoting science in Nova Scotia since 1862, in part by facilitating communications within the general public and among scientists, technologists, educators, administrators, and others in our communities. Therefore, be it resolved that members of this House of Assembly congratulate the Nova Scotia Institute of Society on their 160th anniversary of its founding and continuing to promote science in Nova Scotia. That's what I read.
The member for Truro, Millbrook, Salmon River, and Bible Hill, too.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an important charitable event for a great cause that took place in Truro and other communities throughout the province. The coldest night of the year is a family-friendly fundraising walk that supports local charity partners who provide essential care and service for people experiencing homelessness, hurt, and hunger. The coldest night of the year is an annual event where hundreds of Nova Scotians step outside the warmth, comfort of home, to shine a light on compassion in their communities through a sponsored 3 to 5K walk. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the members of the House to join me in acknowledging the efforts put toward such an important cause. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Clare.
Mr. Speaker, last June, Jeanette Doucette retired from the municipality of Clare after 40 years of service. Jeanette began her career at the municipality as a receptionist shortly after completing her diploma at University St. Anne. During her time there, she saw the operations grow. The office moved into its new building. Over the years, her role within the municipal team changed, retiring as the municipality's accounting clerk. In all the positions she held, she always played a key role within the team, having worked with 3 CAOs and 4 wardens. She will be missed by the people of Clare who, prior to her departure, met to celebrate her service and to wish her well. I ask that all members join me in thanking Jeanette Doucette for her 40 years of service to the municipality of Clare and also wish her well in her retirement. Thank you.
The member for Hants West.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great pleasure that I rise today to recognize Helen and Dewar Lindsay of Windsor. Helen and Dewar have supported our community in a variety of ways for many years. They are most known for providing a safe space during difficult times with their work with Lindsay's Funeral Home. I wish to also congratulate Dewar Lindsay, who recently retired after 66 years of dedicated work. The funeral home, located in a 100-year-old heritage building, has been a staple in our community for many years. It takes a special kind of person to assist with funeral preparation and to be the comfort in dark times. Sometimes we forget that there are heroes amongst us who are not recipients of special awards or recognition. There are people who work around the clock going that extra mile to help whenever they can, and they do that every single day. Mr. Speaker, please join me in commending Helen and Dewar Lindsay on a job well done and thank him for treating everyone who crosses their path with kindness, respect, and dignity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Annapolis.
Mr. Speaker, Gary Walsh has been such a positive influence on myself and many others in Annapolis and beyond as a teacher, coach, mentor, musician, and friend. He was a teacher and principal for 33 years throughout the Annapolis Valley and has coached myself and thousands of youth in everything from soccer and swimming to wrestling and Rubik's Cube, from high school competition to the Canada Games to the national championships. Gary has served as president of Karate Nova Scotia, official at the Pan American Games, St. John Ambulance first aid instructor, and singer with his band Focus. He recently retired after 13 years of teaching youth robotics and 7 years as director of the Acadia University Robotics Program. I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Gary Walsh on his remarkable contribution to our community through education, music, and athletics. Thank you.
The member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to the Musquodoboit Harbour and District Lions Club for 40 years of community service on the Eastern Shore. The Lions Club volunteer members work tirelessly to bring support and aid to individuals and projects in need of a helping hand, as well as encouraging community spirit in residents of Musquodoboit Harbour and beyond. Over the years, the Lions Club has hosted monthly breakfasts and many special dinners, held annual Christmas tree sales, supported the local food bank, and is now helping to distribute COVID-19 test kits in our community. There are a number of strong, community-minded volunteers in the Musquodoboit Harbour and District Lions Club, including Don Russell, Ron Jennings, and Scott McKenzie, who have been with the club since its inception in 1982. I ask all members of the Legislative Assembly to join me in thanking the Lions Club volunteers for their service and wish them many more years of continued success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate a constituent on getting into medical school. Liz Outfit is a constituent, a neighbour, and a friend. She's exactly the kind of person we want to see in our medical profession. She's smart, hardworking, and she genuinely cares about people. She worked for me one summer in my constituency office, and I can tell you she was a huge asset in that role. She also volunteered to work at Northwood during some of the toughest days of the pandemic, and I think that says something about how seriously she takes this role as a community health provider. Liz has a Bachelor of Science in Neuroscience with a minor in Applied Ethics from Dalhousie. Her recent work experience includes a public health internship with the Nova Scotia Department of Health and Wellness on the COVID-19 testing team. And Liz completed a Master of Science in Global Health at McMaster University and a diploma in Water Without Borders. I'm delighted she's going to be starting medical school this fall. Thank you.
The member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is an honor and a pleasure to recognize Colchester North resident Melissa Keith. At the recent Standardbred Canada Awards ceremony, which honors the best in the harness racing industry, Lower Onslow resident Miss Keith was awarded the 2021 O'Brien Media Excellence Award. Her article, Indian Outlaw, published in Trot magazine, tells the story of Tyler Redwood. Tyler, an Indigenous Canadian who battled addictions, is now sober thanks to his connection with horses and the peace it gets from his native heritage. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Melissa Keith for winning this prestigious award in the harness racing community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was a big night for the Mumbercats as Emily and Ali received their first badges from Sparks and Brownies in the Greater Sydney area. I rise to recognize the Sydney Sparks and Brownies crew who they've been so great with my kids and so great with kids in the community. It was an exciting night for both Emily and Allie receiving their first badges. Mr. Speaker, I just picked up my Girl Guide cookies that I need to sell, so there'll be a free box of cookies for you and a free box of cookies for everybody else.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to applaud Marlena Switzer of Lower Sackville. Marlena Switzer, a volunteer leader with Scouts Canada, was looking for COVID-safe options for her son's Beaver and Cub Scouts to acquire their North Star badge, which requires community service and activities that promote the community. Marlena, along with other leaders, brainstormed and came up with the idea of holding a medicine bottle drive, which would have a twofold effect. One, these pill bottles would not end up in a landfill. And two, instead they would be sent to organizations such as Doctors Without Borders, who often have had to hand medications out in tissue paper. These bottles now could be used over and over again. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in applauding Marlena and the Beaver and Cub Scouts Lower Sackville for caring about their own community while helping those in need in other parts of the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize singer and songwriter Leona Berkey. Leona grew up in Lordways and has been performing for audiences since she was a young child. Leona now lives in the HRM with her husband and 2 children. She works passionately to support Brain Injury Association of Nova Scotia and Autism Nova Scotia. Please join me in congratulating Leona on her first East Coast Music Award nomination in the category of Contemporary Roots Recording of the Year for her song Sitting Tight. We wish Leona the best of luck at the ECMAs and great success in her musical career. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't think there's a member in the House that wouldn't like to have the opportunity to recognize our good friend across the street, Rudy. And it gives great pleasure to take these last few seconds in the member statement today to recognize Rudy and a celebration that's going to take place tomorrow at Rudy's restaurant. 39 years that he's been servicing the community. So Rudy's Catering, we're no stranger to Rudy and his food, and if anybody has followed my footsteps, I've actually added a notch in my belt buckle since being elected in 2018, just because of Rudy. But I'd like the House to recognize 39 years of service that Rudy and his family has provided to this area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just a notch? You're lucky. Order, please. The time for statements by members has expired. We'll move on to government business. I recognize the government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into Committee of the Whole House on Supply.
The motion to resolve into a committee supply is now carried. We'll briefly recess for 15 minutes while things are getting set up.
Order, please. The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. It is now 5:27 p.m. The committee must rise to report to the House before the hour of adjournment, which today is 10:50 or 11:59, or what time are we finishing today? 10. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Health and Wellness, Resolution E11?
Resolution E11, resolve that a sum not exceeding $4,266,326 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Health and Wellness pursuant to the estimate. We have 35 minutes left with the Liberal caucus. Turn it over to the Honourable Member from Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just have one topic I'd like to cover in a short time before I pass it over to one of my colleagues. That's around availability and access to midwives. I've asked about it in question period, and I know more recently my colleague for Dartmouth North posed the question as well, and having experienced the service that they offer, and we had Jessica, Zoe, Teresa, and Shannon provide excellent care. It was really tremendous to be able to have that access and a privilege. Learning about the wait list, and many people I know that are trying to get access in the HRM area, but there's parts of our province that don't have any access at all. So not going to pontificate on the attributes and the reasons why they're so valuable. I know that the minister has a health background and knows probably more than I do about it. But there are only 17 registered midwives in the province, in Antigonish and in Sochore, and then again in HRM. So for families that are in Cape Breton or Annapolis Valley or other regions, they can't access the care. So I just want to table a document on November 3rd. I asked the Premier if he planned on extending midwifery across the province, and he said, quote, we need to increase access, and we need more of them. And I'll table that. So since the Premier committed to expanding this, I'm hoping you can point to where in the budget we can find this increase in the budget for midwife access. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So there is no new money in the budget this year for midwifery expansion. However, we are committed to continuing to work with our partners at Nova Scotia Health and IWK around the service. Certainly, for a short period of time, I lived in Scotland. I had the good fortune, and when our first child was born, our care was entirely delivered by midwives. So it is a valuable service, and although there's nothing this year, we are interested in seeing how we can expand.
The member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Premier also said that he'd be happy to work with him, which is me, on that to make sure that it's balanced across the province. So I think given that the Premier has given his word of certainty that he'll make sure it's balanced across the province, there are key areas that don't have access to this service, and so I do think it's important to potentially go to Treasury Board. I've been on Treasury Board. I know there's lots of room in restructuring budgets, especially in the Department of Health and Wellness, and I think there is an issue around equality of access to health care, especially if something that's is important for women's health. We had nothing but midwives deliver actually as well, because the RN came late and the baby was already born at home. And I think that a lot of people believe that it's just home births. It was the case for us, but majority of them still take place at the IWK. And we need access to midwives. So again, I'd ask the minister if she could commit to finding the funding to ensure that we have equality of access to midwives across the province, please.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So what I will say is that we'll continue to work with Nova Scotia Health and IWK to see what our opportunities are to expand. I don't even know off the top of my head the availability of midwives as an example, so I think it would be something that we would need to look into a little bit further. But I agree. I think it's an important part of women's health. They are a wonderful service, and so again, we'll continue to look at that over the course of over the next number of months.
I recognize the member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we could just start off with some quick questions here about Bedford. Simply the number of patients who are without doctors in the Bedford area, and I think bundled in with that is in terms of reporting is usually Hammond Plains as well. But if we could just get that number.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we will endeavour to get that information for the member. We tend to keep the statistics by zone, so I'll have to see how deeply we can dig down in order to get that information.
The member for Bedford Basin.
Oh. And I should know because I'm chair of a committee. We have a number of doctors in Bedford who are either beyond their 60s or in their 60s, and I know I've chatted with Dr. Orrell about this before, but we have some who would like to retire or reduce their number of patients. I'm just wondering, what are we doing to encourage doctors to stay? Because a lot of them do have high patient numbers, and if one of those comes off, that's a huge number of patients who suddenly do not have a doctor. What are we doing to make it attractive to doctors who maybe would like to transition to fewer patients, but we would like to keep them working? Is there anything that we're doing to encourage doctors to either A, stay on, or B, take a reduced load and stay on a bit longer? Because I think if they all leave at once, we're going to be in big trouble.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we do know that there are a number of physicians, not just in Bedford, but across the province, who are 60 years of age and over. So we're working with those physicians to understand what their estimated retirement plans may be. So ideally, what we would do is work with Doctors Nova Scotia. So there's a mentorship program we're discussing developing. So it's almost that transition into practice. How do we get new docs in and support them as they build their practice with these physicians who are nearing retirement, who want to reduce their hours? So with Doctors Nova Scotia, we're looking at a program transitioning folks in, but also how we transition people out in a way that still allows us to use those skills and raise not just the numbers in the practice, but also the skill mentorship, a skill mentorship with more junior physicians.
The member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you. In terms of walk-in clinics, once upon a time we had a lot of walk-in clinics in my area, which I would note has shrunk considerably over the years. I think I'm the only person in the House now who's served 3 different ridings because every time I turn around it gets made smaller and they rename it. So, but in terms of walk-in clinics, once upon a time, all of the doctors who were in private practice got together and they had a clinic. So they had after-hours coverage, they had weekend coverage, and so, you know, doctors would only have to serve maybe one evening and one Saturday a month, or one Sunday a month, that kind of thing. It was it worked out really well. There were, I think, I could be exaggerating the number, but I think there was about 30 doctors that were all involved in this. It was between, you know, sort of Bedford, Sackville, and Fall River. And then when a previous government sort of encouraged people to set up walk-in clinics, what happened was all these docs would be, you know, sitting there on their Monday night and no one would be coming in because everybody was going to the new walk-in clinic. And so they stopped offering the after-hours services and did it with weekends. And so then we had the walk-in clinics. But now, of course, we wanted to get more people attached to family doctors. So we don't have the number of walk-in clinics anymore, and the result is that people are going to the Cobequid Multi-Service Centre if they have something as simple as an ear infection or something like that, and so people get jammed up there instead. So I'm just wondering, what are the plans for walk-in clinics? Because it seems to me that every time, it's like whack-a-mole. As soon as we try to fix one problem, another one pops up over here.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So there's a couple of things that have happened. So often in those practice models, it is the business model generally of the physicians, as opposed to us kind of mandating how they would work. So that would have been the way that things were done in the past. So the walk-in clinics now, we've done a couple of things to try and improve access because we know that they are so busy. We have extended virtual care codes as an example to the walk-in clinics to allow physicians to generally speak to patients on the phone if that's a preference that they have. And we're also looking in terms of the APP contracts that we have, how we can work with physicians around the accountability to offer some after-hour and weekend coverage as well within their practice. So it is a work in progress. It does vary across the province. It varies across communities based on the physician complement they have and the business model that they have. But it certainly is a valuable service, and I know that the emergency room physicians are anxiously waiting for us to find you know, different solutions in a number of communities across the province.
The member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you. So in the past, the now member for Sackville-Uniacke frequently talked about extending the hours at the Cobequid Multi-Service Centre, which last time I checked closes at midnight, but it might close earlier now, I'm not quite sure. And there was discussion about the need to extend the Cobequid Multi-Service Centre to 24-hour care, and I was just inquiring if you could give us an update on those plans.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the Cobequid, we know that there's a lot of congestion around the Cobequid Centre, as you mentioned. So it has been, it is difficult to extend the hours, mostly because of staffing issues related to, the operations. And we also know that there is not an ability to, there's no admissions there, so we do need to continue to have pathways to other tertiary care facilities in Metro. The other things that we've been looking at is there's been some innovation done around how do we increase primary care access. So things like we have a proof of concept of a nurse practitioner and a pharmacist clinic that's running very, very well in Pictou County. And so watching that very closely to see if there's an opportunity for us to roll that model out across the province is another means for less urgent for those folks that need episodic care that within the scope of practice of a nurse practitioner and a pharmacist.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you very much. The minister will probably remember that in the last House session, I did bring forward the issue of lack of access to OBGYNs, and so I was wondering if she could update us on what's going on with that, because I know there was we did have some open positions there, and I will just say that the constituent that I raised the issue about did get an appointment, or it's booked. I don't think she's actually had it yet. The last time I checked, she hadn't had it yet, but she never did get a letter response back from the department, and she has mentioned that to me for several times, and I know that the minister very kindly made sure that she did get an appointment, but I think she was looking to hear back from the department as well, so I will just raise that with you on that particular issue, but wondering if you could, in fact, update us on what the situation is with OBGYNs, and of course, with the new, the fertility, the opportunity for people to have some of their fertility or surrogacy costs picked up by the taxpayer. The question, it begs the question, are we opening the door financially to a group of people, but we're not opening it to everybody because, in fact, it's difficult to get into the fertility clinic, and that there's only one clinic that is doing that work in the province. So maybe if you could just speak a bit about what's happening there, so we can better understand, because for women in their 30s and 40s, a wait time has a critical issue. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I'll start with the OBGYN, the chronic pelvic pain clinic. So we did do a site visit there. Of course, the shared person that we've been supporting and working with. So I was quite anxious when we toured the IWK to go and visit the clinic. So we spent a long time there actually speaking with the physicians. So they do have an extensive wait time. It is around 18 months, and we talked to the physicians about what could possibly make things better. So they do have a nurse practitioner that's included in the clinic now who's actually doing triaging to look at the number of referrals, data referral, and the reason for the referral. So that has been helpful, and it's allowed them to kind of reprioritize the list. Also, we talked about making sure that the referrals are appropriate. So sometimes referrals come in for things that perhaps could be seen at a regional site, but referral pathways can be habitual sometimes by physicians. So making sure that everybody that's on the list actually needs to be at that specific facility or clinic. So they've also created a 12-week program for women, females who have chronic pelvic pain. And so this is a 12-week program where they are followed by a physician to create a wellness plan. So to, introduce treatment, make sure the treatment is effective, with the view of once that 12-week program is over, they would then transition either to their family physician to continue with care, or a regional obstetrician or gynecologist. So we do know that there are some pressures around that. That clinic in particular is a subspecialty of OBGYN, so it is difficult to recruit subspecialty, but certainly we are always open to that, and I keep track of that clinic fairly closely just to see what the supports are. So in terms of the fertility clinic, I will admit that my knowledge of that clinic is not quite as deep. It is a private clinic, and so I think that would be, you know, in terms of being able to access that or increasing services, that actually would be part of the business model of that clinic, and it would be driven by the demand and their ability to recruit to their service as well. But I appreciate your point about that window as it narrows. So hopefully this will be also an incentive for those physicians to see that there will be more opportunity and recruit to their business.
The member for Bedford Basin.
And this is my final question there. The Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care has referenced in a letter to the Health Committee that that nurse practitioners are going to be hired to deliver health care at long-term care homes. So I was wondering how many have been hired. And in the letter, she also referenced that the nurse practitioners could also be delivering health care to the surrounding community. So I was just wondering if you could speak about how that would work practically in terms of would the community be coming into the long-term care center to do that? Because I hadn't heard that mentioned anywhere else, and I was wondering how that would work. Thank you.
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yes, so I don't have the exact numbers. That's in the other book that I have when I was covering for the minister last week. But anyway, what I will tell you about that is a portion of the work that the nurse practitioners that we are doing, and we can, when you question Minister Adams, you'll be able to ask that specifically. But in total, when they're shared, so some of the work that they would do would be primary care. So they would work in a variety of different settings in order to support primary care. But I will say, just from my background in long-term care, it will really be really an important service to have those nurse practitioners in the facilities, because it can, number one, get care in a timely fashion for residents, and also prevent some transfers to hospitals. So certainly, as an example where I worked, we had access to a primary care provider really on a daily basis during those early days of COVID. And as a result, we had next to no transfers to hospitals. So residents were able to receive the care that they needed right in the facility. And we were able to update families on a very regular basis as a result of that. So it is an effective program, and it does take away from having to transfer residents to emerge, which is really important. It's not always the best place. And then the other portion of the time that the nurse practitioners be working, they could be working in a variety of different settings, but I'll make sure Minister Adams knows you're going to ask that question. Yeah.
Honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Okay, so I asked you this question and not Minister Adams because you are responsible for the Office of Medical Recruitment, Professionals Recruitment, right? So I just want to be clear, that's why I wasn't intending to ask her about it. I was intending to ask you because you have the person who is the head of that particular office here sitting with you. So we don't have those numbers, and if we don't have those numbers here today, could I request that I get those?
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
Sure. So we do have numbers around the nurse practitioners, but the recruitment pieces would be, you know, for Dr. Orrell to look at, you know, the recruitment processes. But certainly the number that have been just hired, I think the number is 13, but the cumulative number I don't have, but we would be happy to get those.
The Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the Minister and senior staff for being here today. Since October of last year, Soldiers Memorial Hospital in Middleton has suffered overnight closures in the emerge for the last number of months, as mentioned. You know, many constituents, town council, paramedics have all come to my office quite concerned. So I guess my first question to the Minister is there any update, or could she provide an update maybe on Middleton Soldiers Memorial Hospital? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. I know that we've been back and forth a couple of times about it, and it's top of mind for the folks in your constituency. So there has been some work done in terms of the surrounding hospitals and what coverage they are able to offer. Usually, for the most part, the closures at the Soldiers Memorial Hospital is related to physicians. So one of the things that we have taken on is to look at incentives for physicians when we bring them in, to actually incent them to stay in rural communities. It's going to be very important for us to reward physicians who are willing to work in those communities. So that's one of the things. It's very early days of that program. And the other issue is that we're in your area in particular looking for family physicians who have a particular interest in emergency room medicine, so that they can cover not just, because I know you have a number of primary care issues as well. So we're looking at physicians who have an interest in both family practice as well as working in the emergency department as well, to increase access across both of those access points.
The member for Annapolis.
An easy segue, or might be just, I know it's early days for incentives, but could you elaborate more on specifics for incentives for those physicians you mentioned? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Sure. So I'll tell you a little bit about the incentive. So the total incentive amount is $125,000 per participant. So with an initial payment of $25,000 upon signing a return of service. So there is a return of service component to the contract. And then 5 annual payments of $20,000 at the end of each year of service. So it's not a prepaid bonus, and we are allowing around $3 million in the budget for that, thinking that we would have about 100 physicians per year enrolling in that program. And of course, every 100 over the years, it will sunset. So there'll be some people come off as the program grows and is wildly successful. Yes.
The member for Annapolis.
I hope that program is wildly successful, as you do. Are we suggesting that it's $3 million for Middleton? No? It was I may do, but nice try. I guess a more pointed question that I've been asked several times, and I honestly don't have the answer. So is the closure of Emerge in Middleton in evenings, is that being considered as a more permanent move? Is that a temporary move? Can you elaborate on the position of the department, please? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so there is no intention to have a new model where they would be closed in the evening. It is around a resource issue of people, and certainly always looking for different ways for people to have access. So again, looking at the different proof of concepts, urgent treatment centers that we've started, or maybe nurse practitioners and pharmacists. So it is early days in those programs, but always looking for ways to improve access, but there is no plans to alter the hours on a permanent basis.
The member for Annapolis.
Great news. I will pass that on. So thank you to the minister. I guess switching gears, or maybe it is another segue. So as the minister knows, I've mentioned the village of Lawrencetown has worked hard on developing a community health center. It's a brand new facility. It's got 5 rooms, fully furnished. It's a bit of a plug, isn't it? You know, completely renovated, Wi-Fi is covered, lights are on, it's attached to a pharmacy by a pharmacist that owns multiple locations. So I have mentioned this to Dr. Orrell as well, and I appreciate speaking to both of you about this. Is there, I guess my question is with the pilots, what is the criteria for the pilot program with the pharmacies, and how will that roll out? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so thank you. That was a good plug. It's nice to know it's move-in ready. That's what I would say, yeah. So really, it's around the availability of the practitioners is one of the issues that would be a stumbling block, but we certainly continue to recruit so that we can improve access and areas of highest need, which of course we know that there is particular need in your zone, in your area. And so we do have the 2 clinics that are in Pictou and Truro, and they are proof of concept, so we'll be doing some early evaluations and ongoing, but we do feel that that will be something we'll be able to roll out in the future.
The member for Annapolis.
Here, the minister's aware of the high need in my area. Just to speak to what was just mentioned, evaluation of those initial 2 locations, could you elaborate, or could the minister, pardon me, elaborate on what may be involved in that assessment? Is it, you know, patient experience and service delivery value and so on and so forth? Thank you.
For the members, we have about 5 minutes left in this round before we go to the NDP caucus. I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah. So the research, the Nova Scotia Health Research and Innovation is doing a fulsome evaluation, but to your point, there are things that we're looking at, like what are the reasons that people access that service, maximizing scope of practice, so are there things that are beyond scope? Certainly, patient satisfaction and the early indications that we have is that it's been very, very successful and people are really, really pleased. We see a lot of people, particularly those who have diabetes, as an example, who are accessing that service for care. And I think the pharmacist in Pictou County would tell you that she gets a lot of home-baked goods, lots of flowers. There's some there's quantitative data, but there's qualitative data as well. So we would be looking at both of those things. But early days have shown that it's been very successful so far. Yeah.
The member for Annapolis.
And I guess I don't know if I asked maybe clear enough, but if I report back to this group in Lawrencetown, you know, they've got everything lined up and they're ready to go the last year and a half. Is there a window or a timeline that they can expect that this pilot will be assessed properly and then move on to the next location?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So what I would say is it really is more around the availability. I think we know for the most part that it's going to be a successful model. There'll be tweaks along the way. So I think really the issue is around the availability of practitioners. So certainly we'll continue to have conversations with you and the area to see, you know, who's there, and you know, on the ground information that you have to offer us would be really helpful in terms of whether or not there are people from your community who are in training programs, or if there's some way that you might know somebody who would be interested to coming to the area. We're happy to continue to have those discussions.
The member for Annapolis.
I have 2 nurse practitioners that want to practice in that location, so I'll let you know. Or I'll let the minister know, pardon me. I've only got a couple minutes here. I have a constituent who has had 3 aneurysms, you know, needing urgent surgery. I know a number of MLAs would experience similar things. They couldn't find an ICU bed, I believe, the first time. The second time, apparently, there was limited OR time. The surgery is fairly lengthy, and I'm no medical professional, but I wonder, are longer surgeries or procedures being restricted, or are they harder to, because they're harder to staff potentially? Would that lead to this kind of situation?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thanks for the question. So the length of the surgery is not a deciding factor. What decides it really is around the availability of beds and post-admission. So if it is an elective surgery and you require admission following, if there are some staffing issues, then it would be more difficult. However, if it was an urgent or emergent surgery, there would be no denial of service for that. Those continue, and that would be the aneurysm would be triaged by the cardiovascular surgeon, and that would kind of, move the person in terms of priority. Yeah.
The member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may only have room for one more question, so maybe switching it to virtual care. My riding of Annapolis, we've got hundreds of people without internet and cell service. I mentioned that in the last QP. I guess in the budget, is there, at the MLA office, we do a lot of education around virtual care, showing people how to sign up, where to sign up, that sorts of thing. But I can't help to think that someone would be better suited to go through that or alongside our office. So I guess, is there anything in the budget that would help the community, like a program, walk through virtual care and more of a, maybe a PR campaign around virtual care?
Order, please. The time for the Liberal caucus for this round has expired. Now off to the NDP caucus. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Happy to be back for another energetic round of questions. Have no fear, colleague. I will ask a similar question. So we'll get your answer eventually. But I did want to just start with a couple of things about midwives and a few other things that I've heard just in the last half an hour. So my pitch for midwives is slightly different than my honorable colleagues, which is when I had my babies, my family doctor felt she was sort of beyond the child. Well, she was definitely beyond the childbearing years, but beyond the child delivering years. And so, because I was a geriatric mother, swear to God, she referred me to the perinatal center, and I had two thank goodness, perfectly healthy pregnancies, very mostly normal births. But I'm willing to bet that my visits to the perinatal center cost a heck of a lot more than going to a regular family physician or to a midwife. And so I wonder just how many people are in the situation where either if someone doesn't have a family physician in general, which we know there's 86,000, or the family doctor is not delivering babies or following pregnancies. How much money are we spending through the excellent, don't get me wrong, excellent care at the perinatal center, where we could be saving a lot of money and in fact having sort of the care could be even more, frankly, than a once-a-month appointment or whatever. So I just wanted to know if that's being considered when we think about the midwife program, expanding it. And the other thing I wanted to ask was, the minister mentioned, we need to find midwives. I know several midwives who would love to practice in Nova Scotia, who just can't because of the lack of a program here or lack of a robust program. And so, number one, I think that could midwives be included in the Office of Recruitment? But also, is there any consideration of opening a training center for midwives? Since we have such an amazing women's and children's hospital here, is there a thought that could help with a midwife program to do actual training here?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So what I would say is that in this budget year, there hasn't been any money designated for that, but certainly we are open to understanding the cost effectiveness of midwives and, of course, interested in learning more. it is a very specialized program, so I'm not sure that, you know, in a short term or even in an intermediate term that we would be able to stand up an education program until such time that we would have a more robust midwife you know, service, I guess, across the province. So I think there's more to say on it. I think there's work that could happen in Metro as well, but also how do we, you know, what would it look like in rural communities? So I think there is more to do on that, but it will take some planning in order to understand what a model of care would look like across the province.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just also wanted to ask about the OBGYNs that my colleague from Bedford Basin was asking about. Thank you for answering the questions about the endometriosis clinic. I will reference the bill that I tabled last week. I think I'm allowed to do that. Am I allowed to do that, clerk? Can I talk about bills? No?
Can't
Not
speak.
even estimates? Anyway, endometriosis, bringing awareness to endometriosis. I just read today my NDP colleague in Ontario, Suze Morrison, who tabled and got the bill passed in Ontario, has just announced that she will not be running in the upcoming provincial election in Ontario because of her endometriosis and the journey that she's on with it. And you know, she's making that announcement to bring further awareness to it. I'm wondering if there is an active recruitment of OBGYNs. You mentioned that endometriosis care is a subspecialty, but in general, is there an active recruitment of OBGYNs for, you know, across the province, but particularly, well, yeah, no, across the province.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So certainly there is across the province, not just in HRM, but also in the outlying regional hospitals specifically. So we were always looking for specialists, particularly OBGYNs, to enhance the program. And to your point, women's health is very important, and we know that the wait times can be long in certain areas, so we're committed to getting the right folks in place. So, and also, I think, particularly in rural Nova Scotia, really understanding what the scope of practice is for our family physicians, so that there are, when we talk about using utilizing the scope of practice for all healthcare practitioners, we want to also include our family practice physicians as well, particularly in rural Nova Scotia, so that there's no unnecessary referrals to specialty services.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. So I want to ask a little bit about physician recruitment now. So I guess the first question I have is related to the answers you were offering the Liberal caucus, and that is the incentive program that you referenced. Can you clarify that is for rural physicians? Is it for family physicians only or also specialists? And also, what is, like, how do you define rural in that case?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So it is both for specialists outside of so basically the boundaries outside of HRM, with the exception of Eastern Shore, because that gets kind of pulled in as well. And the incentives are the same for specialists and for family practice physicians.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. And is that, like, when that sort of incentive program was devised, is it competitive with other provinces or other jurisdictions?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so it is competitive. It's not the highest in the country, certainly, but it is very competitive in Atlantic Canada. I think Newfoundland is a little bit higher, but and then there's a couple of provinces out west. But it is very competitive within the market for other provinces. Yes.
The member for Dartmouth North.
I'm going to speak about this a little bit later too, I think, so forgive me if I repeat myself, but when the member from Annapolis was speaking, you know, when I was hearing his questions, I was like, oh, that sounds a lot like what's happening in Dartmouth North. And when you think about those two jurisdictions, those two ridings, Annapolis is extremely different than Dartmouth North. However, I think that there is sort of a case to be made with rural areas, like deeply rural. I mean, you know, Annapolis obviously has a town, but you know, it's a big riding with a lot of rural areas, and very urban, inner city, high needs areas. And what I mean by that is that in the same way that, you know, you might have a lot of convincing to get a physician to go to Annapolis, although frankly, if I was a physician, it might be one of the first places I go because it's so beautiful there. You know, but you know, you'd have to incentivize the moving and getting a person to move with their family and blah, blah, blah. It feels the same. It feels as difficult to get someone to come to an area where, like, the population is extremely marginalized, where you know, the types of illnesses are related to poverty and to mental health and addictions. And I'm not talking about like across the board, but in a big pocket of the riding that I represent, like that is the fact. You know, people don't have cars. Like they can't get out of Dartmouth North to get to a doctor somewhere else. And so if they don't have a physician in the community, like the actual community, you know, it's really, really hard. So I'm just wondering if that's been given any thought. Now, obviously, like, I'm making a case for my community, and I will do so, you know, later more. But, like, is that a thing that exists? Is that a consideration, or is it just like Central Zone has enough, or I mean, not enough, but you know, Central Zone has the most, and so we have to figure out how to serve the rural areas and the other zones before we go back to Central Zone, or is there some give and take?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Okay, so there's a lot in that question. So what I would say, a couple things. So I think that there are practitioners that have preferences coming into the province, right? We all have preferences in terms of where we like to work and places that we want to avoid. And so what I would say is, as practitioners come to us, we want to match them with the places they want to work the most. And there are some physicians who would thrive in that environment, and I'm sure you know some of them. I don't think there's just one way that we would address that. So I think we need, you know, we have an active recruitment. We've signaled that, you know, the province is open for business. We want physicians here, not just simply to work, but also for the work-life balance. And we've had some luck when we kind of promote the province as well as our communities and things like that. But I think there's other ways that we can build teams. So this might be a good spot. I reached back out to the Brotherhood as one example because I didn't have a lot of information for you the other day, and I wanted to make sure that I represented the voice of the Brotherhood in the community. So this would be a prime example of how an investment would build a team that would also attract primary care providers. So if you'd indulge me, I'd just like to tell you a little bit about the program, yeah. So the Nova Scotia Brotherhood provides culturally appropriate clinical services to African Nova Scotian men via a primary health care model. This model considers and incorporates the determinants of health as a core focus in supporting the community. The Brotherhood focuses much of its activity on working with Black men in the Central Zone, but has a reach across the province via virtual means. Technology has enabled this team to offer virtual primary care appointments and online programming. There is further potential for expansion into other zones via partnership with key community groups and primary care colleagues across the province. So the Brotherhood has demonstrated improved access to care and culturally supportive environment with 5 core pillars. So the first is health promotion, offering health information to Black men to promote awareness and invite positive health behavior change. So an example of this is a partnership with the Upper Hammonds Plains Prostate Cancer Support Group. And this ongoing relationship with support group for Black men enables sharing of information as well as coping and support tools, and is linked to National Prostate Cancer Group. There's a community connection as well. So the Brotherhood is a central hub that enables sharing of information and building trust within the Black community and the healthcare system. An example of this work is the close partnership with the Health Association of African Canadians and the Association of Black Social Workers. These collaborations foster deep connections and promote the health and wellness of Black Nova Scotians synergistically, including an upcoming screening event at the end of April at the Black Cultural Centre. They talk about primary care. The team supports Black men with the access to primary care via a family physician who is of African descent. This access point is for patients without a primary care provider, for those needing to access added supports in a culturally supportive environment. They offer navigation as well. They work closely with colleagues in acute care, primarily the Nova Scotia Hospital on Abbey Lane, to support patient integration into community. And evaluation, so access to data and Nova Scotian specific health information is an ongoing challenge, and the Brotherhood evaluates its work and seeks to advocate. So in addition to those core functions, there are a few other items they wanted to share: advocating with and for men in the justice system. The Brotherhood offers a quarterly anger management program, which is 10 weeks and is designed specifically for Black men. Partnering with mental health and addictions on newly minted transcultural psychiatry programs, supporting rapid access to care for men in need. Significant mental health supports via barbershop talks. Men's Health League is a community advisory and feedback mechanism. And they have multiple locations in North Preston, East Preston, Cherrybrook, Lake Loon, Dartmouth North, Halifax, Upper Hammonds Plains, and a hub site in West End, Halifax. So the expansion of this is important, but also now the sisterhood. So the formation of the Nova Scotia Sisterhood will mirror much of the approach and related success of the Brotherhood in much the same ways. Research consistently demonstrates that when the female lead in the family is healthy, the entire family has better outcomes. So we know when we raise women, we raise everyone. Most recently, Nova Scotia has based research by Dr. Ingrid Waldron demonstrated that mental health issues are a concern within Black Nova Scotia women, including stress and worrying about their brothers, partners, and themselves in a racialized environment. So this would be a primary example of when we invest, it allows us to attract a variety of practitioners to support the work that's happening around this organization. So I think these are very important. It works at a determinants level, it works in the community, and it allows and enables people who know their communities well to be responsive to the needs. So this is important work that we need to continue to do. And I know that's not exactly what you're looking for, but I think it's an important place for us to talk about how we can, it's attractive. Like if you can work in a team as a healthcare provider, the success, builds on the success. So that's what I would say.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think the program's amazing, and that team, we shared an office kitchen, and so I got to know them really well, and how they were working, Dr. Ron and Mario and Dwayne and other visitors that would come over, but and I miss them, but yeah, I'm really excited. I hope this sisterhood expands in Dartmouth North, but it is exactly that kind of thing that like I envision a center in Dartmouth North that has the Brotherhood and Sisterhood in it as like clinics or whatever, but also the same place has a couple of other NPs and another physician, social worker, diabetes person. I'm sorry, I apologize. I don't know what they're called, but you know what I mean. Like one of those like health homes that have like the collaborative practice. It is the dream, but I will get to that later. All right, I just wanted to go back to the platform. The PC platform promised increased pay for family doctors and a program that contributes to doctors' retirement funds. But we haven't heard an announcement about that. So I'm just wondering if those programs are underway and what details can be provided.
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah. So thank you for that. The retirement fund for physicians is under development currently. There will be more to say as we kind of move through, but we do have we have begun the early steps of that, and there will be more to say, but it's not imminent. It will be a little bit of time, but before the end of the year, we will be able to kind of announce, or around the change of the year, we'll be able to announce more about it. But the work is underway.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And is the increased pay the incentive fund, or is there also a new agreement in the works for doctors?
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there was new funding available in the last master agreement, and the next master agreement will be in 2023. Will need to be renegotiated. So, I mean, we're always open to different things, and the incentives are an increase, but we'll kind of work through this master agreement, and then we'll go into the next negotiations.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. Getting back to doctor recruitment, or staying with doctor recruitment for a minute more. Can you explain the vacancy system? So, you know, you were talking about, you know, when a physician comes to you, you try to match them to where they would like to practice, you know, what works for them. But my understanding is in some areas there are vacancies and then there are not vacancies. And what I mean is, like, I don't mean like, you know, at a clinic there's like a doctor has left so there's a vacancy, that kind of vacancy, but in terms of contracts and APPs that, like, you know, when I've talked to people at Nova Scotia Health, they'll say like, we have a vacancy for, you know, for all of the Dartmouth part of Central Zone right now. So that vacancy could go anywhere on that side, or we don't have a vacancy right now, or we have, you know, there'll be a vacancy in Halifax, but it can't be transferred to Dartmouth, you know, those kinds of things. And so, but it's like, again, it's not like for a specific clinic, but it seems to be a system approach to doctor recruitment or management, I guess. So I'm wondering if someone can shed a little light on how that works, and how does it work in Central Zone, and is it different in other zones?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Right. So again, there's art and science. So I'll give you the science and I'll tell you the art, okay? So we have 51 community clusters, okay? And so what we do, and those are boundaries that are used in the department. So 29 of those are understaffed, considered understaffed. So you take the population of the cluster and you divide it by a panel of 1350, and it gives you a number of physicians that you would need, kind of in terms of straight, that's the science. But there are variables as well that we have to consider. So, you know, demographics, burden of disease in certain communities. You know, sometimes there may be physicians that don't want to work a full panel, and so that's where the art kind of comes in. But always working with community, and that is one of the things that we committed, that we wanted to hear from community in terms of what the needs were and work with them, as opposed to kind of mandating what happens. So that voice has been very important, which is why we did the tour. We still stay very connected to communities. Dr. Orrell does a lot of tours. Karen Oldfield and Deputy Lagasse are on the road a lot, visiting hospitals, talking to community groups, trying to understand what the needs are, so that we're very intentional. But at the straight math, that's how we would do it. And then there would be kind of art and uniqueness around how we would, you know, facilitate in community.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. Like all good things, art and science have a combo contribution. That's good. According to a CBC News investigation, the number of healthcare vacancies has increased by about 24% in the last 6 months. So the data shows in March 2022, there were about 2,540 vacancies across all fields, an increase of 492 positions since the new recruitment office was formed, and that doesn't include vacancies at the IWK. Nearly 300 registered nurse positions have opened up since the PC's formed government, since your caucus formed government. The NSNU says that around 25% of nurses in the province hope to retire within the next 5 years. So can the minister explain what the plan is to fill those nursing positions and what is the explanation for the jump?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there's a lot in that question as well. Yeah. So certainly I will tell you that COVID has been very difficult on a number of folks. And there have been folks, perhaps, I know a couple myself, who just need a break from the profession for a period of time to rest. And so I want to acknowledge that because it's been a very difficult couple of years. The system was really stretched prior to COVID. And you know, we talk about COVID and we've all had our own experiences. And certainly I know that the folks in Department of Health and Wellness have worked very hard as well. But I will tell you that, you know, at the front lines, it has been very, very taxing. We've been asked to do things as healthcare providers that we would not normally have ever been asked to do, like separating families as an example. So during COVID, that was probably one of the most difficult things we had to do. Was to separate people when they were in hospital or in long-term care from their families for safety reasons. So I think there's a degree of burnout and a need to rest. And so I hope that those folks are not lost for good, but that they will return. We did recently increase seats, and I know that the previous government increased seats as well in the nursing program, and so we need to continue to do that. But it is really important that we have a solid immigration stream, and that's one of the things that the office is looking at. How do we create easier pathways for people to come in? I mean, we could take 1,000 nurses today, and so we've offered every nursing student for the next 5 years a job, and I spoke with a hospital today. I was on a conference call with them, and they were really pleased that they had recruited a large number of nurses from a graduating class, and they were thrilled. I think they're expecting 23, which is pretty significant. We also want to look at a mentorship program for nurses. So 23 nurses are wonderful. 23 new nurses is terrific, but we also want to make sure that there's expertise and wisdom in the system to support them as they transition to practice and gain their skills. The other thing that we see is that a lot of vacancies have internal movement. So there's a lot of requirements around the collective agreement in terms of posting, and then somebody fills a position and then you have to post that position for a certain. So we have a lot of internal movement, but really with a priority to getting people outside the system into the system in order to fill those gaps, which is why the vacancies are a bit of a moving target, because people are kind of moving inside the system. So those would be some of the things that we would be doing to address that. It's going to take some time, there's no question about it, but there is an urgency to it because to the point we know that people are tired.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And so we heard a little bit about this in the Health Committee or Public Accounts, but I'm wondering if you could talk about just like a little bit about what is actually happening in terms of the immigration stream. So, you know, is Dr. Orrell, and I'm sorry, I'm not asking you this question directly, it's very strange, is Dr. Orrell meeting with the Department of Immigration and Labor and Skills and Immigration? You know, is there like a set thing that like nurses from outside of the country are given, like these are the things you need to do, and this is what we can do for you? Like, is that in place yet, or is that just sort of underway? And if it's not in place, do we have a timeline for that?
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So there is a number of things happening. We have to work across government in order to tackle this problem. There's no question. So Dr. Orrell's department does work closely. Recently, Labour Skills and Immigration, Dr. Orrell's office and seniors worked together and did a mission. So they were in Singapore, Dubai, and London looking at bringing folks here and doing some recruitment. We also have to work with our federal counterparts. So we are looking specifically at building an immigration stream targeted to particular places. So the Philippines, as an example, would be a place where we would like to work. And one of the things that we're interested in is not just taking the healthcare workers, but also settling families. So how can we bring families here? What are the opportunities for the partners of the individuals that are coming, as well as the students? So there's no shortage of work. You know, is there skilled trades? Could we use partners, as an example, in as early childhood educators? Like, what are the opportunities in our province? And then helping folks settle. So families can settle together, which will also be part of the retention piece. So there's a lot of work underway, trying to get our wheels going, like we're working at it, and then understanding all of the different steps in the immigration process and where are the opportunities to streamline them so we're not reinventing the wheel every single time. So there's a lot of bureaucratic stuff there that we have to work through, but once we get going, we're hopeful that it will be more of a steady stream of folks to come into the, and there's private business helping with, there's a number of different partners that are trying to help because it's to their benefit as well. Yeah.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. And last thing about recruitment, I'm just wondering, so at the, I thought it was public accounts, but maybe it was health committee, the Dr. Orrell had mentioned that or the office wasn't able to tell the committee updated numbers on vacancies, and you just mentioned, like, you know, using nursing as an example, that it is kind of a moving target. But I'm just wondering, in general, and this goes back to what we talked about the other day in terms of communication to the public and, you know, easing of anxiety with good communication. I'm wondering if you or the department could consider the value of tracking and reporting vacancies, even if it's on a sort of like a, you know, an over, like not, maybe not, you know, internally, you know, blah, 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 but like just like higher level numbers so that we can get a sense over time of improvement or the opposite. And in terms of the public, you know, I guess for the public, it's more, you know, it's a general sort of anxiety easing thing when we see that things are getting better or the tide is turning, that kind of thing.
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we are working on a dashboard to track and report vacancies at a high level. It will never be perfect, but it will give us a sense of where we're going, and it will also trend it as well so that people can see whether we're trending up or down or if we're kind of staying level. So there is work being undertaken in terms of creating a dashboard and we would do it by, you know, so people would understand what the difference, not just healthcare workers, but what they would be by designation. Yeah.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. That's great. So I want to turn to paramedics. I have, you know, been meeting with paramedics with unions, actually both the dispatchers and the I can never remember the acronym, IOEU. And I know lots of paramedics, and I've heard some harrowing stories. So, you know, going back to the stories that we've heard in the news, which like is the gentleman in, you know, South End, not South End, but West End Halifax who died waiting for an ambulance, to the gentleman who waited in his driveway for 3 hours for an ambulance in Dartmouth North. I've heard stories of paramedics who are menstruating and like bleed through their uniforms because they literally can't stop to take a break. I've heard of paramedics having to pull over with sirens on to pee at the Irving or whatever. You know, it just seems like completely untenable that working in that situation, and then we add on the stress of the actual job, which I can't even imagine. So it's a dire situation. My understanding and what we know is that paramedics in Nova Scotia are paid much less than in lots of other places. Every paramedic, it is said, has an exit plan right now, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. Paramedics are working 12, 14, 16 hours a day without breaks at all, driving from call to call, and it's not uncommon for paramedics to be the only truck in a zone. And so I'm sure you get these too, but I'm tagged on the code criticals, and so, you know, I just my phone will blow up every once in a while with just constant code criticals, and it's really, really concerning, both obviously for the people who need the ambulances and the paramedics, but also for the workers themselves. So I'm wondering what is in the budget to improve the lives of paramedics and therefore that part of the healthcare system in this year.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah. So thank you. I too have heard a lot from paramedics and spent half an hour with a paramedic yesterday actually to sit and talk about his experience and listen to some of the ideas. So there is a $12 million increase in the budget for paramedics specifically. What I would say, it's for the EHS system. What I would say, there are other improvements that we're investing in. So as an example, there's around $14 million that we're investing in access and flow. So that's important because it supports offload times, as an example, and gets paramedics not waiting, in emergency rooms to offload patients and get back out. There's been a number of things that we have done. So we've increased the patient transfer units, which has been successful and allowed paramedics to respond to emergency calls. So there's the multi-patient transfer as well as the patient transfer units. We currently have a committee that's working at Department of Health. So Department of Health is there, the College of Paramedics, Nova Scotia Health Authority, the union is there as well as the folks that work in the department. And through that table, we've been able to identify some easy, quick things that we can do that support paramedics. So one of the things would be the graduated license. So it allows paramedics to, once they complete their program, to get out on the truck sooner and work so that we're not waiting for extended periods of time. So there is a number of things where we also, because there's a number of paramedics off, not just the vacancies, but actually off. So for the musculoskeletal reasons that people would be off, we have invested in power stretchers and power loaders in order to support them and reduce the risk of injury. The actual employer themselves has recently struck a committee where they now have paramedics from the field who are working with them directly in order to create some solutions. We also have to look at the education component. So during the pandemic, there was only 50% class enrollment. So they generally graduate about 100 a year, and that was down to 50. So we'll be able to register the full complement of paramedics in the upcoming courses, and looking at what are the opportunities to kind of offer that program in a different way to attract more people into the profession. So there are a number of things that we're doing. We stay as closely as we can with paramedics to talk about them, to realize their situation. Their pay is competitive within the Atlantic provinces, and so we want to continue to work with them around that when the negotiations come up again, but their pay is competitive with their counterparts locally in the Atlantic provinces. And also, there are a number of programs I've looked into it. I can't name them off the top of my head. Looked into mental health supports within the company around how we support paramedics with their stress. We also have to look at what are our opportunities for international recruitment. So we know that the most like paramedic programs are for the paramedics that work in Britain and the paramedics that work in Australia. So also looking at where are opportunities to immigrate and able to train up very quickly. So the paramedic file, the work around the paramedicine and emergency response is top of mind for me, and so we continue to work and hear directly from paramedics to try and improve the system and improve their work life as well as the response times.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. So it's great to hear that the pay is competitive with Atlantic provinces, but the fact is that Ontario and Quebec are not Atlantic provinces, and they're not very far away, right? So lots of people go there and go up north. Places like I talked to a paramedic the other day who was offered a position in some work camp where they wouldn't even be on a truck, that they would sit in a clinic 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, and I forget how bananas the pay was, but it was like way more than what they make here, and this is an advanced care paramedic, right? So, and the only reason that they weren't taking the job at this moment was because they had just purchased a house, which is really nice, and that they wanted to settle in Nova Scotia, which for all the reasons and all of that. So that is a real thing, obviously, that people want a work-life balance versus traveling to the north for 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. But nonetheless, someone in a different position, maybe someone who not quite ready to settle down, like you can just see why someone would take that job pretty quickly, right? So yes, I get I have a bit of a trouble with we're competitive with Atlantic provinces because number one, Nova Scotia is a bit different than the other Atlantic provinces in terms of costs and what we pay for, what we have to pay for here. Rents are higher, housing is much higher, and it's not that much different now than Ontario, frankly, or Quebec. So I just put that out there. The minister has talked about innovation and how with healthcare system is, which I totally agree with, and I just I see a day where with investment in people that we could have the place where everyone wants to come because the pay is good and the surfing is good. And I keep using surfing as an example, but you know what I mean? That it's the best of both worlds and that people don't have to choose one or the other. But speaking of the temporary or the graduated license, I just had someone contact me last week who was a paramedic student or is a paramedic student who had heard about this graduated license but had no luck in finding any information about it. And she asked her instructors, they didn't know anything about it. She asked, another paramedic, they didn't know anything about it. So when will the details of that program be offered? And is there any sense that, possibly working paramedics who already have their full licenses are a little wary of the program because, it might mean extra work in an already overburdened system for them? Is that part of why it's not sort of taking off?
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
So it's not a program. It would be through the college, so they're a regulated profession. So the College of Paramedics would issue a license, and so that's where they would look for the information in regards to that. It would be through their college when they go to have license. And I think actually, when I speak with paramedics, they're pleased that these new grads are on the trucks sooner. And the reason being, sometimes there was a lag of up to 6 months, and so actually they're coming out of school. They're working while their education is fresh and new, and they're going to have to orientate those folks when we hire them regardless. So the sooner we get them into the field, the better, because everything's there. They're not getting rusty. They're not waiting 6 months. And it's similar with all of our new graduates in our programs. We know that we have novice practitioners, and we know as healthcare providers we have a responsibility to mentor and train and pull them up and put them in situations that they feel supported. So it's not an unusual thing for us in healthcare. We anticipate these graduates as they come along, and we know that, and students as well. We do a lot of work with students, and we know that there are future colleagues, our time off, all of those things. So there is already a culture of training. So I would direct that person that you're talking to directly to the college for more information.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to go back to the change that was made with the dispatchers. The other day in question period, I asked the minister, about this, and one of the comments that she made was that this will free up paramedics. But my understanding is, I understand that this is a Fitch report recommendation, but the paramedics that I've spoken to, retired and also current, have basically said that, essentially the system that we have right now is a gold standard, gold star system where we have paramedics or former paramedics on the phones. And most of those paramedics, or in fact, I think none of them, would work on trucks if they weren't on the phones. They're done with the trucks. They, for whatever reason, they can't be on the trucks anymore because they're injured, whatever. And so the idea that, when you call 911 and get put through to the paramedic dispatch, you're talking to an actual trained paramedic who can talk you through delivering a baby or CPR or whatever, when you're waiting for the ambulance. It seems like this standard is so great that why would we go to a best practice when this is a better practice? So yeah, given that it's not going to free up paramedics because none of them are going to leave the phones and go back to the trucks, can the minister talk a little bit about the concerns that that folks have with this change?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thanks for the question. The practice of hiring civilians as communication officers is actually considered best practice. And so the International Academy of Emergency Dispatch says that it's reported that civilians utilize emergency dispatch protocols better, and they generally perform better in situations than paramedics because they're less likely to deviate from the protocols. So it is considered best practice, and it's part of the Fitch report. We're not going to hire paramedics, but right now it's a very narrow opportunity for us to employ people, right, as a requirement. So if we have civilians in the dispatch center, it allows us to fill chronic vacancies that are there and is actually better ground support. We also have a physician, though that comm center is now staffed by a physician. They'll call it the doc in the box. And so it provides real-time support, and there is a registered nurse coming on. So there's no downside to it, I guess, is what I would say. If the International Academy of Emergency Dispatchers, that's where the information came from, and that's where the recommendation came from. So that's what we have followed. But again, it will allow us to fill chronic vacancies and support the ground operations of the paramedics that are in the field.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. And is there a budget savings? Is there a savings to the program? Okay.
The Honourable Minister, the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. Moving on to ER closures, another favorite topic, I'm sure. The minister will know that ER closures have increased year over year in the last number of years. What is the plan to address ER closures in Nova Scotia?
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the short answer is recruitment, recruitment, recruitment is what I would say. But I think, you know, we've talked about the models of care that we have, and I think we all understand and know that the care that perhaps, like, well, I grew up in rural Cape Breton, so the care that I had and the service that was delivered in my community may not look the same going into the future. So we want to make sure that people in their communities have the right care at the right time, and that they have clear pathways to the next level of care, whether that's regional care or whether that's tertiary care. So, you know, we're looking at a variety of models. What are the reasons people go to emerge? What are the times they go to emerge? Would they be better served by primary care access? And also, marrying with the paramedics, you know, how do we support emergency care in the community with across the continuum? So one of the priorities is a sustainable rural health strategy, which we are working on now with, you know, what are kind of the non-negotiables that we continue to have, but what are some of the negotiables based on the communities and what works best for them. So that is a work in progress, but we continue to understand how we're going to move forward. But recruitment is a key part of that. Sometimes facilities are closed because of a nursing shortage, and sometimes they're closed because of a physician shortage. So again, understanding the community and the needs in that community and recruiting to those needs.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. The Fitch report recommended an ER closure plan similar to other jurisdictions. I understand that this kind of plan would allow the number of unplanned closures to decrease. I'm just wondering if that's part of the strategy, if the government is looking at this plan, and if so, when would that be in place?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I think further to the discussion beforehand, it really is around a strategy, a rural healthcare strategy particularly, and understanding what the needs of the communities are. So as an example, Parsborough is a prime example where that community now is serviced by an urgent treatment center, and they're thrilled with the service that's being provided there. So that has been very responsive to the community's needs. We talked to the community about the services that would be provided there, and they're very content with that service, knowing that there's emergency care very close by. So I don't think it's going to be like this is just the way it is in every place. We have to work with communities and understand why people are going to emerge. What is it an issue with access to primary care? And if not, how do we then create really clear pathways to make sure that people can get the care they need, whether that's through paramedicine on the way to a regional hospital or tertiary center.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe a dumb question, but if an ER is closed, how do you track whether someone would go there? Does that make sense? So, like, for instance, if I need to go to the ER and I'm in, you know, New Waterford, but the ER is closed, then how do you know that I would be going there at 7 o'clock at night? But you know what I mean? Like, how do we know what we don't know? So, like, how are people being tracked? Like, obviously, someone's going to find care somewhere. I mean, generally, like maybe if I'm in New Waterford and I have like a sore toe, I might not go to the regional that night. I might go wait overnight or whatever and wait and go somewhere the next day. But in general, if I need care and I don't have it because the emergency room isn't closed in my community, then how does the government know, or how do you know, does the department know when people are using care and how it's, you know, how does it fit into the strategy? I'm sorry, I guess the best way to ask it is, how do we know what we don't know? Brilliant.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So this is what I'll tell you. So first of all, we can trend when facilities are open. Generally, we stick to how many. So in an emergency room, we would look at CTAS, right? So we would look at how many, that triage score that you get, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the emergency pieces, just because an ER is closed. So if the emergency room is closed in a rural hospital, even if that emergency room was open, as an example, and I had a certain illness, so let's say a stroke as an example, if I was experiencing a stroke, I would always bypass that hospital because I need care that allows me to have a CT scan and get medication within a certain amount of time. So there are certain things that will always bypass community hospitals. But what we can see over time is to trend what facilities are being used for and why. And so the other thing that we will do is the Nova Scotia Health Authority can track the number of people who are presenting to the emergency room with CTAS, like the 3s are like 3+ and 3-, right? So what they're, and then the 4s and the 5s of the triage scores that are presenting to hospital. And then, you know, that's something we need to drill down even more. So if we see a community, as an example, they're open 3 evenings a week when they were typically open, and we see that it's for episodic care, that it's for things that typically could be dealt with in an urgent treatment center or a walk-in clinic, then we need to talk to the community, right, about what it is that they require. So it really is around tailoring the services, but some things in those smaller hospitals will always bypass. Sometimes trauma will always bypass. Heart attacks will always bypass because the care they need, the specialty care they need, is actually at the regional center. So it is a little bit, it's the art and the science again, but they are looking at the pathways that people are taking and how we kind of anticipate and predict the services that are required in communities.
With 5 minutes and 45 seconds left in this round, I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. That's actually quite helpful, even though my question was very difficult. So urgent care centers, love the idea. Very similar to collaborative emergency centers that the NDP introduced several years ago. Can't help but say that, but yes, great idea. Yeah, love it. Love one in Dartmouth North, but we'll get to that later. But seriously though, speaking of community healthcare, and this is a little bit different than what we have been talking about, but I do want to ask about this. So the minister will know that there are 6 active, fully community-owned or operated health centers in Nova Scotia. They're in Chester, Clare, Antigonish, Lordways, Yarmouth, and North End Halifax. And North End Halifax has a little satellite in North End Dartmouth, actually. These centers are unique and effective because they are owned and operated by the community, allowing communities to define what they need health-wise, which is, you know, what you were just saying, what the minister was just saying about, you know, what's the best care for a community, the art and science. But Nova Scotia Community Health Centres receive little or no operational funding from the government. 88% of Nova Scotia Community Health Centres report very significant operational pressures affecting their ability to meet the demand for health and social services. So my questions are, is there an increase in funding to community health centres in this budget? That's the first one.
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you for the question. So there is no increase this year in the budget, but we have been working with some of these facilities around business cases and bridge funding in order to support them. So I think, you know, moving forward, we can't get everything done this year, but, you know, we certainly are working, and I have lots of invitations when I can finally move around again after the House to go visit some of these facilities and see the work that they do.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. The Association of Nova Scotia Community Health Centres has a long-standing ask for operational funding to stabilize the important centres. So that's for the association, the umbrella organization. Is there money in the budget for that organization? And if so, or if not, why not?
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So there is no increased funding to the association that we're aware of there, but we again continue to look at business cases to see, you know, what are the potential opportunities and what those community centres need.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Okay. No. One second. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Is there a plan or strategy at the department level to grow the number of community health centres in Nova Scotia? I know that in the past, my understanding is that Nova Scotia Health, community-based or community-run with boards of directors, health centres have kind of been less prioritized and in fact not funded. No new ones have been funded, in my understanding. And so wondering if that's something that you're looking at again, or if that's still the sort of situation at Nova Scotia Health.
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
So what I would say is that there, again, that there isn't any one model that we're looking at. So there is a variety of different resources across the province, and so community health centres is one in certain communities, whereas others have different resources. So again, to the point of looking at our across the province, looking at what we have available and working with people around the services that are offered in that community and who does it and how it's delivered, and trying to be as agile as we can in terms of working and supporting access to care for people based on the community needs.
The member for Cape Center, Whitney Peer.
Yeah, I'm going to have to pick this up after, but I do want to discuss the policies regarding individuals experiencing miscarriages. And my first question is the minister aware of the policy where individuals experiencing miscarriages under 20 weeks are often sent to a hospital that does not have OB/GYN access?
Order, please. The time for the NDP caucus this round has expired. What I'd like to do is propose a short 5-minute recess to allow the minister and staff a quick break, if it's agreed upon by members. Hearing none, we'll recess for a 5-minute break. Order, please. We are back with the Liberal caucus. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, last week, the Minister of Health and Wellness said that they have a target of recruiting approximately 153 physicians every year to keep pace with the need of family practice waitlist and current specialist vacancies. So my first question for tonight is, are we on track to meet this goal?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Dr. Orrell assures me we are on track.
The Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Mr. Chair, where are these doctors coming from?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the short answer is wherever we can find them. So we certainly we're working with the residents that are in our province now and actively recruiting them. We have an active recruiting campaign and we're speaking to a number of physicians, internationally trained physicians, physicians from other jurisdictions. So, you know, we're certainly trying to continue the momentum that we have and reaching out and we've had a number of people reach out to the office. They know that we're actively recruiting, and in addition to the healthcare facilities that we have, we're also trying to sell the province, the beautiful province and the quality of life that we have. So there's a lot of people interested in that as well. Healthcare practitioners are tired across the province or across the country, so sometimes a change is as good as a rest. So it's a multi-pronged approach is what I would say.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the Minister for the answer. So with these different recruiting prongs, I'm wondering if the Minister would be able to let us know the targets for recruitment domestically versus internationally.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Okay, so if we look at the recruitment last year as kind of a guide, 60 came from Nova Scotia, 59 from other parts of Canada, and 48 were international recruits. So it would probably be about the same. We generally maintain 70% of our residents that graduate in Nova Scotia. There's no limit. So we're not fussy as long as they are credentialed and they're able to work in the province.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we also learned last week that 189 family doctors in our system who are over the age of 65 and expected retirements in the coming years. This is in addition to current vacancies. We also know you require approximately 3 new doctors for every 1 old school doctor who retires. According to the CEO of the office, as most family doctors are not full FTEs and work elsewhere in the healthcare system. Last week, you confirmed that there will be some modeling completed through the resourcing plan. I'm curious if the minister could tell us what that plan is.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So earlier in the discussion, we talked about the 51 community clusters. I'm not sure if you were here when we discussed that. So there's 51 community clusters, and what we would look at is the population in those clusters, and we would divide that by a panel of 1350 as an example to understand what we need. So the other thing that we need to look at is depending on the demographics and the epidemiology of disease burden in each of the areas. So if you are in an area where you have a number of young families, as an example, it's a little bit different kind of practice than perhaps if you're living in a community that has a high population of people with comorbid illness, right? So you have to look at that. We're not one for one, just like the doctors are not one for one in terms of the care that we require. The other thing that we see that is sometimes complicating, but it's important to the physicians that we recruit, is that particularly in rural or in the regional centres, we have family physicians who want to work so much in their office, but they also want to work, maybe they want to deliver babies, or maybe they want to work in Emerge or do palliative care or oncology. So we also have to work with people around how we cover the hospitals as well as give access to primary care. So again, to the art and the science of it, there's, you can kind of tally up. Then there's other physicians that continue to work above their panels, and some of the other work we need to do is to look at the current patient care assignments, the panels that physicians are carrying, and making sure there's no latent capacity. So what's our opportunity if there are people that aren't carrying a full panel to raise them? So there's a number of moving parts to it. So it's hard to give you an exact number, but those are some of the things that go into this physician resource plan we're developing.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
So, Mr. Chair, and again, if I'm not really I don't want to put words in the minister's mouth, but there is an art and a science, as she said, to this. But the plan itself, or the 51 community clusters, are they done geographically? Are they specific to our health, to the different health zones? Would each health zone have a different plan? If she could just expand on her answer a bit, just in the specifics of how each of these areas is going to be looked at. And is this something that would be made public, like available to the public?
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So it is a geographic breakdown, and the community clusters have been historic in the province. So they have kind of existed for a period of time, and they do look at geographic areas, and it would be based on population size and proximity and things like that. But we will be. The dashboard is under development now, so that we can look at where we are and what the target is and where we're trending in terms of recruitment across different designations of healthcare provider.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
So the dashboard would be something that would be public facing, that we could track, and would these requirements be listed, or would it be just we're looking for this, these are the numbers, these are the targets that we're meeting, or would we be able to see the parameters as to what we're looking for, what you're looking for?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we would have a forward-facing dashboard that the public could have a look at, and we would be talking about the targets. It may be per zone. So sometimes we have physicians that would work, in the northern zone, we may have a physician that would work part-time in Truro and part-time in Amherst or Spring Hill, as an example. So we would do it by zone in terms of what the target is and where we are and how we're trending, whether we're trending up or trending down if we have exceeded, if we haven't met our target. So people would have a sense of where we were going in terms of the recruitment efforts.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thanks, and again, I'm sorry if I'm trying to, as you're giving me the answers, I'm trying to formulate how I want to ask the question, so sometimes it's not going to come out very clearly, but other than the targets, will those factors of why these doctors are going here or what the needs are be on this front-facing dashboard, or would it just be the numbers? Would it be that, you know, there's a need for GPs or for, I don't know, like the breakdown of the different factors that you're looking at. So you're saying, again, going back to these 51 community clusters, you're going to look at the demographics. So they're young families, or they're individuals with comorbidities, or there's a large, you know, senior population. Are those factors going to be reflected in this dashboard, or is it just going to be numbers? We want 58 doctors here, and we want 58 GPs and 25, GPs are the first thing that come to mind. There's so many other anesthesiologists, and we want, like, is it going to be broken down just by that, or is it going to be also the factors of why these specialties, why these positions are there, and the number?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we would break it down in terms of family physicians versus specialists, in terms of where they would work. The specialists likely will be around the regional centres. That's where you would most anticipate, although there are some anomalies where people may work virtually or whatever, but you would expect that we would see mostly around the regional centres, but we would have a breakdown of specialists, family medicine, nurse practitioners, you know, nurses, and et cetera, so that people have a sense of what we're recruiting to. But it would mostly be zone, and you would have a sense that family doctors versus specialists.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
When discussing the new primary care physician incentive program, the minister, Mr. Chair, mentioned last week that doctors will have targets, and one of the targets she mentioned as an example would be panel size. In an APP contract, doctors must shadow bill 80% of the panel size in their contract, which is then audited. I'm curious, can the minister tell me how many doctors currently in an APP reach their contract obligations?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that's an excellent question. So what I would say is that we are currently looking into that now as part of our system performance measures. We feel that there is what I would call latent capacity in the system, that we feel that there is an ability for us to increase the capacity of the number that not all but some physicians are seeing. And so that is part of the work that we are doing now around trying to estimate and understand access to primary care and how many primary care providers we require. So that will be ongoing work, but it certainly is top of mind in the department right now.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Is that something that maybe I can get the minister to commit to reporting back to the House, to the legislature? I mean, I'm sure you won't have it by the end of estimates. If you do, that'd be great. But something that we can continue to talk on or see where we're at with that.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So what I'd say is that we will be able to report at a very high level. What we also need to be careful about is that we don't have any identifying characteristics. So we need to be able to work with individuals and support their practice and understand if there are barriers in terms of the panel size. So at a high level, we would look at that, and hopefully at that percentage mark, you would see over time that would trend.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Along similar lines, I'm wondering if the minister, through you, Mr. Chair, could tell me how many doctors in Nova Scotia are maintaining a panel load of 1,350.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So everyone that is on a full-time APP should carry a minimum panel of 1,350 patients. So some have more, right? There would be some that have more, and we wouldn't be able to kind of ascertain that right off the bat. And if you work less than an FTE in your practice, then your panel is prorated in order to kind of carry a panel. So if you look at it in total, if we add up all the numbers, there is equivalent to 287 APPs, but that could be 350 doctors who are working in part, right? So the total is 287 APPs. Now we do have fee-for-service physicians as well, so it's not going to give you the full picture. Yeah.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps the crux of the primary care matter isn't just recruitment and retention, if I may be so bold, but better patient attachment. So in Nova Scotia, we have one of the highest per capita rates of family physicians in our country, but our wait list keeps on growing and growing. My question through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister is, how is the department incentivizing patient attachment?
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there's a couple of things there. So first of all, we would look in terms of understanding, we're continuing to understand the latent capacity in the system, so where we're able to pull people up. So the incentives for the rural physicians in particular, so in order to get those incentives, you need to be office-based, and at least 50% of your time has to be patient-facing. So there are some incentives there. There is some work to be done in collaboration with Doctors Nova Scotia, and you know, we'll be beginning that work you know, in the near future to kind of understand. And even though we have the highest number of doctors per capita, it doesn't mean that we have enough yet, but we are continuing to work on that resource plan and understand you know, what it is that we need exactly.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
And that leads into my next question, which is if the team is still working with Doctors Nova Scotia to introduce a blended capitation model to create greater patient attachment.
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yes, we are working with Doctors Nova Scotia around blended cap.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
And is there any update or metrics of success in this that the minister can talk to us about?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the blended capitation model has just started. Actually, it was delayed due to COVID, so we're just starting that project now.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
And can I ask you where it is in the budget?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
It's under the alternative payment plan line.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How are we increasing the scope of practice for other allied health professionals?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the work that happens when we look at the fullness of scope happens with the colleges. It's usually college driven. So I'll give you a couple of examples. So we are working around registered nurses being able to prescribe as an example. So there was a pilot project and we're looking at scaling that up. We just introduced legislation around the Hospitals Act to allow nurse practitioners to admit to hospital. Pharmacists certainly are another really good example of how we're we're expanding scope of practice. So their immunization capacity, their ability to assess and treat initial treatment for Lyme disease, and they've been doing some point of care testing. So we heard a lot on the tour about maximizing scope of practice, and so those are some of the tangible things that we've been able to do and will continue to do. But it really is in collaboration with the professional associations and the colleges.
The member from Fairview Clayton Park.
Thanks. I can't write my notes as fast as you you recognize me. I'm curious, and I believe that the critic for NDP mentioned collaborative care centers, but I'm curious what your department's goals are around collaborative care centers.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there is no intention at this time to increase the number, but what we need to do is look at where the coverage areas are, where these collaborative centres are, and maximize the care that they're offering, to your point, around making sure there's better access to primary care and making sure that folks are attached. So we will continue to work with the system that we have now, making sure it's staffed, but there is no attempt at this point to increase.
The member from Fairview Clayton Park.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. So no increase in the number of collaborative care centers that exist, but within the current collaborative care centers, what are the goals in order to maximize the most effective use of all of the clinicians that work within them?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I think what I would say about that is that we want to ensure that we have the right mix of individuals. So when I used to work in frontline healthcare, we used to talk about time and talent. So we want to make sure that those clinics are open for the most amount of access, to the right amount of time, and also the right amount of talent. So what are the skill sets that the community would most benefit from? And that doesn't necessarily need to look the same in every community, but of course we can anticipate what some of the fundamental care providers would be, and we want those clinics to be working to the maximum capacity. So, what are the opportunities across the system? So, who are the right people in those areas? So, it really is to maximize the function in those current facilities.
The member from Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, last week the Minister confirmed that the Office of Healthcare Professionals and Recruitment will be increasing from 4.6 FTEs to 33 FTEs, and that these are net new positions to the department. I'm wondering if the NSHA will the NSHA have any more involvement in the recruitment of healthcare professionals, and why?
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
Oh yes, yeah. We need to. We need an integrated we need to be integrated across the system. So one, they need to tell us what they need, IWK as well. We need to understand what the needs are. So it's very, very integrated. So Dr. Orrell, Deputy Lagasse, CEO Oldfield, and the Administrator Janet Davidson, they sit on essentially a weekly basis and navigate the healthcare system together, Department of Health, NSH, and the Office of Recruitment and Retention. So absolutely, we work in lockstep with them. It's really important that integration, that system-wide integration, continues.
The member from Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm wondering if the minister could indulge me in the role of these 33 new FTEs and what sort of role they will play. Who are we looking at?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there would be a number of different positions, so I'll just give you a sense of what some of them are. There would be, of course, we would need data analysts, of course, to understand. We would look at strategists and policy analysts, and there would be project managers and coordinators as well as recruiters. So that would kind of make up the majority of the folks that are there.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
I'm curious if any of these teams, or if there are any teams that would be dedicated to specific in-demand occupations, so doctors, nurses, CCAs.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yes, so there would be. We have specific leads for physicians and paramedics, and then we would have one specific for the various nursing designations as well. And so they would work and be focused on those professions.
The member from Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we'll put down recruitment for a little bit. I feel like we'll come back to it before the minister is done. I want to talk a little bit on surgical wait times. At a recent Public Accounts Committee meeting, the Health System Leadership Team confirmed we have a surgery backlog with over 27,200 Nova Scotians waiting for surgeries, which is the highest number of people on the wait list in the past 5 years. I'm curious if the minister can tell me if that number is still correct, so 27,200, and if not, what is the new number?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that is a very recent number. I mean, it's not today's number, but it would be in the same ballpark, yes.
The member from Fairview Clayton Park.
Given the nature of COVID, this most recent wave of COVID, and the number of healthcare professionals who are not able to go to work, and the pausing of surgeries due to that, perhaps the minister be willing to get us some updated number, even though this one is only a few weeks old.
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
Certainly get that. It is a fairly recent number, so we don't anticipate that it will be very different, but we can ask to get it yet.
The member from Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the minister, what surgeries have the greatest wait times, and how many Nova Scotians are waiting for each procedure?
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
So urgent and emergent surgeries continue to happen on a timeline. So I don't have the exact numbers of the people that are on each list, but the longest wait times are for hip replacement, knee replacement, cataract, cardiovascular surgery, brain surgery, colorectal cancer, lung cancer, and breast cancer.
The member from Fairview, Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And would the minister or anybody on her staff have the numbers attached to those surgeries?
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
We'll have to get those for you, yeah.
The member from Fairview, Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then maybe at the same time, we could know by zone, or what the breakdown is by zone. And perhaps the minister would already have that information. Specifically, you can get it for me, but in general, what are the greatest wait times by zone?
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah, we can talk to the Nova Scotia Health Authority and get that information.
The member from Fairview, Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Oldfield told Public Accounts Committee that ORs are very close to returning to 100% capacity. But again, as I mentioned, the impact of COVID-19 means that there are still healthcare workers across the province unable to report to work. We've learned recently that there are over 800 NSHA employees out because of COVID-19. I'm curious if the minister knows or could get for me how many surgeries have been delayed during this particular wave of COVID-19 due to staffing pressures.
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that also will be something we'll have to get. I don't have it off the top of my head.
The member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
You don't have it off the top of your head. You don't have all of this just right there, and I can't imagine. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, during the same public accounts meeting, NSHA CEO Oldfield said it will be impossible to extending operating room hours as promised by the Premier because the province doesn't have enough people to staff surgical teams. Can you please, or can the minister please expand and explain why this government is not able to deliver on the 24/7 OR commitments?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So what I would say is that we aren't able to deliver yet. Certainly we've had a significant wave of Omicron. We know that we have significant vacancies, but we are making investments through the budget to extend OR hours outside of banking hours is what we would call it. So what's going to happen is that's going to happen incrementally over time. It's just not an all or nothing. So we will continue to work towards that, very focused on getting those surgical wait times down, and I'm confident that there's a plan under development now that will look at how we incrementally, and we tackle that list. We have to be very focused in terms of how we tackle it and move forward with it. So I think there'll be more to say about that as time goes on. Yeah.
The member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, one of the solutions that was proposed during the election campaign was to send patients to privately owned surgical clinics, and one of the examples was Scotia Surgery, or to other jurisdictions outside of the province. I'm curious if the minister could tell me what procedures would be outsourced to other Atlantic provinces, what surgical expertise exists outside of Nova Scotia that can't be fulfilled here, and how many Nova Scotians would this impact and at what cost?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So currently, the only medical concerns that we would send, patients we would send outside of the hospital or the province, are things that we are not able to do here currently, right? So it would be a service that is not available here, are the only folks currently that we send outside of province.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Mr. Chair, if the minister could explain what types of surgeries are those? So what's currently being sent out of province? What do we not currently have the expertise for in province in terms of surgeries?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So predominantly the patients that we would have to transfer would be some cancer surgeries that are only available, as an example, in New Brunswick. Some gender-affirming care surgeries. Folks have to go to Montreal in order to obtain the care. And then we would have individuals for some transplants. So we are able to do some transplants here, but not all. So some of those folks would have to go to larger centres in Ontario.
The Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
I mean, the minister, Mr. Chair, must know that I want to hone in on all of those, but we'll keep it a little high level. Maybe, perhaps through you, she could tell me how many Nova Scotians this impacts.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we'll have to get the numbers for you specifically. There were 62 gender-affirming surgery approvals for 2020 and 115 approvals in 2021 for gender-affirming surgeries.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
So the minister will get me the others, so the transplants and the cancer, like that total number. Okay. Could you let me, do you know the cost of these out-of-province surgeries?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that is a bit complicated to answer. So out-of-province care was around $12 million, but we have reciprocal billing. So there may be people from other provinces who receive care here, there may be people that receive care there, and so it's a little bit difficult. So we may be paying the balance in some cases. So it's not linear, that's what I would say. But roughly, there's about $12 million a year that we would spend on out-of-province care. But it's difficult to nail it down.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How many procedures have been outsourced to a private clinic in province so far?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Okay, so we'll have to get the Nova Scotia Health, but IWK has roughly 500 cases at about $600 per case, so it's $821,000. Yeah, so 500 cases.
Order, please. A bit of chatter in the chambers. Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So 500 cases for Scotia surgery, and so that is roughly $821,000. That is covered by the province for surgeries, and we'll look with NSH for the rest.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm wondering if the minister could let me know how many approximately planned surgeries will be outsourced to a private clinic in province.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that is what we're planning for, the 500 surgeries, and that's the cost that would cost through at the IWK for Scotia surgery.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the 500 is planned. You will get me the number of planned surgeries for the NSHA with the cost. So there haven't been any procedures that have already been outsourced to a private clinic for like a private surgical clinic.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So with Scotia surgery, we started around October, and so we have roughly 300 surgeries that were completed there. And we also work with the Surgical Vision Centre, and up to January 26, 2022, since the beginning of COVID, there was 1,096 surgeries completed there.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And does the minister have the total cost for these already completed surgeries?
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
So with Scotia surgery, that would be $340,000. Moving into the cost I told you earlier for next year, and we don't have a cost for the Vision Centre. We can get it though. Yeah.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along the same lines, procedures that are planned to be outsourced outside of Atlantic Canada. Can the minister let me know how many Nova Scotians will this impact?
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
So in terms of addressing the surgical backlog itself, those surgeries that we're currently sending people outside of the province for are people that have to go because these surgeries are available there. So I'm not sure if that's, in terms of the surgical backlog itself, what we're doing now is creating a plan where we're looking at every available option in the, first of all, within our healthcare system. So what are the available operating theaters, potential units that we can hive off and use specifically for inpatient units, and a centralized registry in order to tackle the system. And then after that, we would look out kind of in concentric circles around what other OR theaters and staff are available to do day procedures and things like that in order to maximize. So I think it's two different things. Currently, we are not looking, although we could, in terms of other people's capacity, because we know wait lists are significant across the province. The federal government just gave a ton of money to provinces to address their backlog. We would only currently send people out for surgeries that they can't actually attain here.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, again, under the Hope for Health platform plank, the government committed to meeting the benchmark standards for surgical wait times within 18 months of being elected. We're now 9 months away from reaching that commitment, so I'm curious if the minister thinks that this will be reached.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I am confident that our team is going to work very hard to achieve that goal. Certainly, the Premier's expectations is that we do everything in our power to meet that goal. There is some budget funding, $10,400,000 in order to support that work. Again, Omicron has certainly been a different variant for us and has caused some disruptions. However, I always say it's not an excuse, it's a reason to dig in and look at innovative ways for us to keep going, because we know that the surgical backlog is important and people on that wait list need their surgeries. So we are still going to work towards that goal, and we will leave no stone unturned in order to reach it.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. So given the roadblocks that have been hit, and COVID being one of them, and completely appreciate that the minister is going to strive to meet that 18-month benchmark, what would be a realistic time frame given the things that have happened since over the last 6 months?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So what I would say is we still are in the middle of the planning process. We've made a significant investment and put money aside to achieve that. And the plan, you know, as it develops, we will be transparent with the plan. So I'm not ready to throw in the towel, what I'll tell you. I'm not ready to say that we can't meet it. We need to spend some time. We need to look at our resources. We need to really consider all of our options. So what I would say is with that investment and with that effort, there'll be more to say when the plan is fully developed.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate the minister's answer to that, but when we're halfway through a timeline that was given by our premier, in a campaign, it's hard to rely back on a plan that's in process without wanting to have a bit of detail in what that plan is. but that's okay, we'll leave that for right now. One of the other promises that was made during the campaign was full transparency, and the minister in her last answer did allude to that. So it specifically in the platform, it was reporting in real time the number of surgeries taking place in a day, what type of surgeries, how each day's numbers impacted the wait list. I'm curious if that's still a commitment that will be met, and if so, where it is in the budget.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the intention is to move forward and have the dashboard. One of the precursors to that work is actually the central intake. So there's money put aside for central intake for us to understand, what surgeries people are waiting for and how we allocate to make sure that there's equitable access. So I think that it will definitely come, but there are some steps that we need to do in advance of that before that's fully functional and ready to be published.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So apart from the money that's put into the central intake, is there anywhere specifically in this budget where that dashboard and what's needed for it will be, is accounted for?
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that the money that's allocated towards that would actually be in the Nova Scotia Health operational budget.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The government of Nova Scotia already has a website that tracks wait times for healthcare delivery, like cancer services, so screening, diagnosis, and treatment, for diagnostic and imaging and tests, internal medicine referrals and interventions, surgery and surgeon consultations. Will this tool be extended to include real-time results? So this current dashboard, will that be extended to include real-time results?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I don't think those metrics would be on a day-to-day basis. We would continue to report them as we are reporting them now.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
One of the things said by the Premier, and I won't quote it because I don't have it to table it, but it was that just because there's a pandemic doesn't mean that the government gets a free pass. So thinking of all the things that the minister has had to focus on in terms of her department, the benchmarks that were set for her in an election campaign, and then what she's had to learn and face, what she knows from her own experiences, and the fact that indeed we have had one of the worst waves of the pandemic in the last 2 years. Is that a fair assessment, and is that a motivator to be able to still meet those benchmarks, or can Nova Scotians expect things to be a little bit more realistic?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I think there's a couple of things there. So we have continued to work on a number of different initiatives. We can't stop everything, right? So I would say the expectation is from the Premier to me, to the department, is that we continue as many services as possible, that we continue our work. So despite the waves of the pandemics, and there has been a heroic effort in terms of what healthcare workers in Nova Scotia Health and Department of Health have managed, we have also continued to move initiatives forward. So some of it is not visible, like in terms of forward facing, but the foundational work that requires us you know, to get that done before we do the forward-facing work has continued to the credit of the people in the department. So while there have been some front-facing services that have been disrupted as a result of Omicron and overcapacity in hospital and staffing shortages, there has been other necessary and vital work that has continued behind the scenes in order to continue to move those initiatives forward. So it hasn't really been an all or nothing. And again, to the department's credit in Nova Scotia Health, they continue to work towards the foundational work that has to happen. So I feel that in some ways we're still on track, and there are things that we will need to catch up on, but we are committed to continuing that work to make sure that we meet as close to, or wouldn't it be ideal if we exceed those targets as we move forward.
Less than 5 minutes. I recognize the member from Fairview, Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And believe it or not, when it comes to our healthcare system, all of us want it to be successful. All of us want a system that is healthy, that is supported, regardless of who is in government or what politics is being played. But we have had, but COVID has had a huge impact on our system. I appreciate that things are happening behind the scenes and foundations are being laid, but we have a real problem, not only with healthcare workers that are unable to attend work because of COVID diagnosed, like COVID positives, but also the fatigue that they've felt. And so I'll keep it on surgery for the rest of my time, but this is going to be something that I'll want to talk about throughout the healthcare system. Are you looking at any of the metrics of burnout, of people who don't want to be in the profession anymore or who are going to need to take time off? These are surgeons, these are nurses, these are frontline workers that will directly impact how quickly we're able to deliver or work on our surgical waitlist times. So there's a new factor. Is there any data? Do you have any idea of what that is and how it will impact our wait lists?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I feel fairly confident there's no way for us to say that we have a tool that measures burnout, right? But what I hear on a regular basis is that people are very tired. And, you know, they continue to kind of face a different challenge with every wave that we have. So we understand that. So from an employer perspective, we are mindful that people need rest and looking at ways that we can support them. So what are the supports that we can offer at work? And also, what are the opportunities through EAP programs, insured benefits for those folks that participate to encourage people to look after themselves, particularly on their days off. So we know it's an issue. The people in our healthcare system are what make it run well. And we have to have an eye to a number of things. So there's their own well-being and looking at workplace culture as well to be supportive in the moment. So things like the mentorship program as an example, as we develop that, making sure people utilize their benefits, allowing people to have a voice. When you have no agency over your workplace, it's really, really difficult. So making sure that people have an opportunity to contribute and problem solve and have decision-making capacity at the front lines and in units, which has been missing for a very long time.
The member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do appreciate the minister's answer on that, but we are living in a reality where we have large numbers of our healthcare workers who are off. And they're not off on stress leave, they're not off on vacation, they're not off on time off, they're off because they have they're COVID positive. So how is the system supported when you have X number of people off, 800 plus people off, and then you have the burnout, you have people who need to have professional development or need to have days off and need to take vacations and still attack a surgical wait list, right? Like the challenges that are in the system. How do you balance this unknown factor that has come in, this X factor that has come in, which is the large number of people out on sick leave because of the pandemic? How do you factor that in to still meet your goals? And again, we can talk specifically on surgical wait times, but this is obviously something that impacts the entire system.
The Minister of Health and Wellness.
So again, back to the art and the science of it all. So the science of it tells us that we always protect those urgent and emergent care, because people
Order, please. The time for the Liberal caucus has expired. Now recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go back to what we were discussing the last time before we actually got to discuss it, and that is regarding individuals experiencing miscarriages. So it's going to be convoluted a little, so bear with us. Is the minister aware of the policy that individuals experiencing miscarriages under 20 weeks are often redirected from hospitals such as the Cape Breton Regional that have GYN capacity to hospitals that do not have those capabilities?
Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I haven't recently read it, but I do believe in my experience as an emerge nurse that was in fact the case, that from years ago that we would support and care for people experiencing miscarriages in the facilities and not necessarily have immediate OBGYN care, but perhaps there would be a referral process if necessary.
Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
So as someone who has gone through this process, I had a miscarriage. I was miscarrying, and because I was under 20, I was in severe pain. I was taken by paramedics. They wanted to send me to the regional, but because I was under 20 weeks, they were told to direct me to another hospital, Glace Bay Hospital, which did not have those capabilities of the OBGYN. And I spent from 7 o'clock in the night until 7 o'clock the next morning at the Glace Bay Hospital, to then in severe pain, heavily medicated, and then only to be redirected to the regional hospital for the OBGYN, for a DNC to be done. And I've spoken to many women, many individuals experiencing pregnancy loss who've had the same experience. It's already a traumatic experience that's happening to you, but you're sent to a hospital that doesn't have the capabilities to actually help you, to provide health care to you. And then only after hours and hours, maybe a day, maybe 2 days, you're finally directed to the hospital that can actually help you. So I'm asking, with regards to this policy, that it seems to be in effect, because otherwise I don't think they would have sent me to the regional. Would the minister and the office look at changing these types of policies that cause further trauma?
Thank you so much. Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. And what I would say is that that would be something that we would work very closely with the NSH to look at the clinical protocols and the clinical pathways to ensure that we do have trauma-informed care and that people get the care they need when where they need it. So that would be an operational policy that we would discuss with the Nova Scotia Health Authority.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to ask a few more questions about collaborative care centers. So before the break, we were talking about community health centers, but in the last little while, there's been some announcements. In this year, there was an announcement about a collaborative care center in Eastern Passage, and then in previous years, under the Liberal government, there was, 1 year, not too long ago, there was quite a big investment in the budget and for collaborative care centers, which I guess probably might now have opened. I'm wondering if there's any line in the budget this year for new collaborative care centers or urgent care centers even, or if there's both, then I'd love to know if there's both or one or the other, please.
Minister for Health and Wellness.
So there is no money in the budget this year to expand, but the collaborative care centres are part of the primary care, the operational budget of primary care for the Nova Scotia Health Authority. So we would have to look at what's available in each of those centres and understand the needs, I guess is what I would say, and that would work through the funding at the Nova Scotia Health Authority.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so can you just take me through that a little bit? So I understand that the Health Authority has its own budget, but it comes from the department. And so when the department allocates money to the Health Authority, is it for certain budget lines? Like, so they present you a budget and then you say, okay, yes, here it is. And so like this $1 billion that's going to the Health Authority or whatever, like what it is for. So therefore my question is, does the Health Authority have a budget line for expansion of collaborative care centers? Or no, you just said that they don't have it. So in terms of like where they would expand or add to, that kind of thing, is there a way for the department to influence that, or is that totally left up to the Health Authority?
Recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So it does happen under the operational funding in the Nova Scotia Health Authority, keeping in mind that we do have that health leadership team now. So Department of Health, Office of Recruitment, Nova Scotia Health CEO and administrator, and they do sit together and they do some oversight. So what I would say is things change kind of as we go. So operationally, we can adapt is what I would say. So the Urgent Treatment Center as an example, or Parsborough, things like that. And sometimes when we have vacancies and closures and it is a bit of a moving target. It's a very dynamic environment in terms of how they manage that. So we would look at the needs, we would look at the staffing, current staffing, and what the ideal staffing would be, and work towards making sure that they were fully functional in terms of their ability. So unless there's a particular one, you know what I mean, it's kind of hard to say, but they can negotiate and adapt operationally if required. So there is some leeway, and that would be done at that health leadership team table, if that is clear.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
So I ask this because in Dartmouth North, we have what's called the Dartmouth North Community Health Alignment Team. I think that's what we're called now. I've been on that organization or on that team for 5 years, and it's essentially made up of residents It had some backbone support from Between the Bridges. It does have backbone support from Between the Bridges, but mostly residents and people who have been working to increase health services in the community for many, many years. And it's an amazing team, actually, but we do have support from Nova Scotia Health. There's a couple of folks from NSH who attend the meetings monthly. But we've been advocating for, a new collaborative care center and new primary care support and allied support, allied health professional support for several years. And I guess the only reason I'm telling you this now, Minister, is that I'm going to invite Alias over to Dartmouth North for a meeting in the near future. Mr. Comer has already been invited. This is the second time he's heard about this week. And so, because it's exactly what I've been talking about over in terms of social determinants of health and all of that stuff, but it's the kind of thing that is flexible, where, not to sound desperate, but it's we'll do anything, we'll take anything. But I don't mean it like that. But there's a flexibility to the work that we're doing. Anyway, I want to tell you more. But that's the reason I'm asking, because so for several years we've gotten to budget estimates, and 1 year there's 13 million, and then the next year there's no money. And so I'm curious at how that is sort of determined. But B part is. And this is totally unscripted, but it's occurred to me in this moment. When healthcare is fixed in Nova Scotia, when we get 100 doctors recruited and 1,000 nurses and all of that stuff, what's the next thing? So what makes the healthcare system really tick and really obviously we need the people, but in your view, what would a really well functioning healthy health system look like in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
That is the biggest question in the entire world that you just did. It is. It's so good. It is so good. Okay, so first of all, this budget, I just want to be clear that this budget does support the mandate, right? That there are some really front-facing access and flow issues and surgical wait times and things that we really need to address, because we know that, people are suffering. There are people that need hip and knee replacements and they're in pain, and we want to get all of that stuff. But in a perfect world, what's next is, to your point, around the population health, right? At that population health level, when we look at the social determinants of health, and to me, that starts prenatally. So how do we support people in a prenatal period? How do we support families, not just with nutrition and delivery and all of those things, but how do we look at the wellness of a family as a whole? So this is the public health nurse in me that gets really excited as well. And I will tell you, I tell my cabinet colleagues often that I am actually the Minister of Healthcare, or perhaps the Minister of Illness, if you looked at that. And all of them are the Ministers of Health, if you really wanted to look at a social determinants level. So we talk about the necessity of economic development. We talk about the importance of education and what opportunities that opens and how we can support kids, right, at ages and stages. We look at mental health. We look at seniors and long-term care and the job opportunities that are available in the care economy, which I know you've spoke about before. So it's just such a big question, but that is the exciting work. So there is the front-facing healthcare work that we absolutely have to tend to, so people get the care they need when they need it. But how do we set Nova Scotia on a trajectory of health so that over time our need for those services So as we kind of move through and we create this plan, we need to look at population health outcomes, then we need to look at system outcomes, and then we need to look at individual outcomes. And so that work is developing. And I know that's like really high level, but it is important, and we have to look at the system in that way, because that population health is what's going to move us to a trajectory of health. And that really is where we sit in the social determinants. So that's the exciting work. And I don't have an answer for that. We haven't figured that out yet, but certainly that's what excites me as well about the health portfolio, if that helps. Yeah.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to switch to governance of NSH, actually, for a moment. The Minister might remember the struggle that led to the Board of Nova Scotia Health Authority voting in 2018 to open its meetings to the public and make its minutes publicly available. At the time, the board chair explained that the move was crucial in building public trust in how decisions about our healthcare system or health system are made. I'm wondering if the minister could explain how this transparency mechanism will be replaced under the new leadership model.
Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you for the question. I know that it came up at public accounts the other day when I watched the replay. And what I would say is your points are well taken, and certainly the health leadership team has, talked about how the functions of the board continue under the role of the administrator. And so what is the mechanism that we are transparent with people and that we report back? And I would say that we haven't really nailed down exactly what that is, but discussions have taken place, and it is very important to us. We get caught up in the day-to-day work and moving forward and trying to make change, but the communication piece is really important. So to your point, there'll be more to say about that, but we appreciate that you brought that up and brought it to our attention. Yeah.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another thing that I brought up at public accounts is about the lack of diversity in the new health leadership team since the Premier dismissed the 14-member board of Nova Scotia Health. So, for instance, Dr. Ami Shore Dryden was the first Black person to sit on the board. At the time of her dismissal, she said, quote, "There are concerns across various communities. There seems to be a dismissal of the concerns around representation. Why isn't equity and inclusion central to the plan you're rolling out?" End quote. And she was dismissed along with Stephen Augustine, who was the first Mi'kmaq Nova Scotia Health Director. The African Nova Scotian Black family has called for Dr. Dryden to be appointed to the new health leadership team. Can the minister respond to these concerns?
Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Yeah, thank you very much. So certainly we heard, we did hear when the board was dissolved. So there's been several initiatives that we've started. So first of all, we are building relationships, particularly with the Health Association of African Canadians as well as Dutch Agamic. So I've been able to meet with both of those organizations to talk about the lack of representation that we currently have and what representation could look like. So those historical voices are heard. It's really important that we acknowledge that and that historical voices are heard and acknowledged, and we take action in terms of what the communities need. So we are working, I know that CEO Oldfield has hosted and talked to people regarding their experiences, people of color about their experiences as healthcare workers, and we continue to hear from patients, equity-seeking individuals who come through as patients. So there has been a lot of relationship building. There is equity, diversity, and inclusion division at Department of Health and Wellness, and who have done a ton of stakeholder gathering in terms of how we work or how we move forward with race-based data collection as well. So building trust and understanding the community needs is part of that. Also recognizing that representation across all departments is very, very key and important. And again, we have to work with community in order to understand how best to support that. So I don't think there's one thing. And again, we're committed to improving that and learning and listening and doing better moving forward.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. And I guess I would say, I mean, that, you know, I would say that, and this is something my colleague did reply to, a similar answer at Public Accounts, and that is, I think the difference is in between talking to communities and actually having someone from the community helping make decisions, like being on the leadership team or at that leadership level, I think is really important, and that's what we miss with the dismissal of Dr. Amishori Dryden. So just put that out there. I want to move on to virtual care. So the first thing I want to do is just give an example of someone, one of my constituents who contacted me 2 weeks or so ago. She was in a panic because she has some medication that's prescribed by, I guess, a psychiatrist, or it was mental health medication that she was running out of. And when she went to get an appointment to get the prescription renewed, the doctor, I guess, had left the province. Anyway, the doctor was gone. And she didn't realize that was happening. And so she tried to get connected to, you know, some other prescribers. She went to a walk-in clinic. Nobody could prescribe this type of medication because of the nature of it. And then I actually contacted the minister's EA, not yours, but the Minister of Health, Mental Health and Addictions EA, who also dug right in and tried to help her and get her connected to Maple, or the virtual care, and in fact they couldn't prescribe the medication for her. So there was a lot of bumps along the road. It was partly to do with the particular medication, but also to do with primary care physicians or physicians not being able to prescribe certain things, and it was a big mess. And she, I think she hasn't got it all sorted at this point, but it took several days, and she was running out of her medication, which would have obviously had major impacts. So I guess my first question about virtual care is, you've talked about, or the minister's talked about the expansion, and there's money in the budget to expand virtual care, but does that include this type of expansion so that there will be access to physicians who can prescribe medications, that specialists would be able to prescribe or can only prescribe? I don't even know how it all works, but is the expansion going to address issues like this?
Recognize the Honourable Member for Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So that sounds to me that is a specialist requirement. If virtual care couldn't, if you contacted a couple of primary care providers, there's obviously a specialty service. So there is opportunities for people to see their specialist virtually. I think that is a very specific case in terms of whether that person should have been referred to another psychiatrist who has the ability to refer. So I think there are other pathways. That may actually be a case where someone does have to go to the emergency room in order to access a psychiatrist on call, right, in terms of simply because of the nature of it, because there may be an assessment. I'm not really familiar with the case, or I'm just kind of surmising. So there may be times that is an urgent or emergent issue that has to go in order to access those specialty services if the specialist is no longer available. But certainly around other medications, maybe more typical or common medications, we would look at expanding the scope of pharmacists, community pharmacists, to be able to do that. Walk-in clinics are an opportunity for some prescription renewals, and of course Maple. So I think that's a specific case that may actually require going to the emergency room in the absence of a lateral move to another psychiatric specialist.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So our office received some records through the FOI process that showed survey results from people who had been invited to sign up for virtual care. From a Nova Scotia Health survey of people who did not use the service, 7% said they had difficulties joining, and 3% said they have internet connectivity issues. So, you know, for my money, it's really concerning that you know we're leaning on a private for-profit company to provide health care when it's not totally accessible to people who don't have a computer or a cell phone, or a smartphone, I should say. So, you know, obviously I really believe in virtual care and that it's extremely convenient and important, and I think it's a big part of the way forward. I absolutely do. Don't want to make any mistake about that. But if it's leaving people behind, then there's an issue. So I'm wondering if the minister can respond to that, and does the department have any information about what I referenced in terms of the barriers that people are experiencing with the virtual care program?
The honourable member for Health and Wellness.
Being tired. Oh, it's okay.
I was reading. Sorry, I apologize.
There's a couple of things that I'd like to talk about with that. So there are a couple of initiatives to your point. So there is a proof of concept that's happening now where virtual care is actually being offered in a library. So there's opportunities there. The folks that work at the library have been trained to support people to access virtual care, and there's private spaces. So that early days of that has shown some positive results, and certainly we know that libraries are the heart of a community and offer you know, a lot of services to folks, and in some ways accessible not just only in urban centers but also in some of our rural centers. So it's a good idea, and we're hopeful that it works. There is a phone option, so a landline option, if people have that, to be able to access by landline. So that would be another option that people would have. And it's also one of the reasons that we're looking at that pharmacy model. So having a nurse practitioner and a pharmacist, and how can we expand that across the province so that people have access to both of those? Because virtual care isn't for everybody. We understand that. There's a certain group of people that do well with it and love it, but we also know it's not accessible for everyone. So the Nova Scotia Innovation and Research Hub is currently looking at fulsome evaluation of virtual care and understanding what's working well and where some of the barriers are and how we can change. So that isn't available right now, but it is underway, just to have a better understanding of how we can improve it.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Great. So, yeah, awesome. The library thing is a great idea. I think that in Dartmouth North, so when the pandemic, you know, first began in Dartmouth North, the connectivity and access to information was huge and a huge barrier for people. You know, there was an outbreak, and public health stood up a testing site. This is like in the early days. And, you know, literally we went around and like put posters up on lamp poles to tell people about it, and you know, on the walls of, or the doors of apartment buildings, because there was no way to get information out to folks. And our library is really central to our community, actually. And one of the things that have come out of the pandemic, in terms of like community groups meeting together and collaborating, is this idea of a virtual booth. It's part of, I think it's part of the project. In fact, the GEO project, so Get Everyone Online, came out of the pandemic, and they just announced a get everyone online, a GEO Nova Scotia and board of directors. So sounds like it's being funded, and the idea of a virtual booth being able to like be placed in a library or in a community center or that kind of thing, where people could go in, have a private space to have an appointment of any kind, really, you know, a therapy appointment, a virtual care appointment, a social work appointment, whatever, so, you know, because in communities like Dartmouth North and lots of communities across the province, either the issue is either you don't have a computer, you don't have enough money for the internet, you don't have a good cell phone, or you live in a situation where it's not safe for you to be doing a phone call or a doctor's appointment at all, right? So I think this idea is, you know, is one that time has come. I did get an email from a social worker who works in Dartmouth North, and she expressed that she had concerns about virtual care in Nova Scotia being rolled out to people on the 811 list. Because to be able to, at least at this time, it said to participate, people needed to be able to access the internet through a computer or mobile device and have a current email address on file with the registry. And so what she said in her email to me was, as you know, my clients often do not have one or both of these requirements due to social inequality, and this program further exacerbates this issue. Furthermore, I have elderly clients who have been on the wait list for years who do not and will not ever get an email and regularly have to go to the ER for non-emergencies. On another note, did you notice, this is to me, the slew of new doctors accepting patients in last year in Dartmouth only had applications submittable online or by email. The health inequities continue to grow and grow for our most vulnerable community members. So I'm wondering if you can respond to that, and in fact, if Dr. Earle would like to respond through you about the recruitment issue, or when we're talking about adding, you know, if a new doctor comes in and there's panels opening up, if there is a way to ensure that those panels are open in an equitable way, you know, not just by online applications, that's sort of one question. And then the other question is, can you explain whether the virtual program is in fact telephone accessible? Because my understanding was that it was not, it was not telephone accessible, and that was a different type of care. But I'd just like to hear a clarification on that.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So there's a variety of answers to that question. So in terms of the telephone accessibility, it is available. So the landline. So if you need some information about that, we can get it for you. So in terms of some of the work that's happening, like libraries as an example, for some people would be an opportunity for them to would help them set up an email account. For some people that would be reasonable for. Again, the resource of 811 is available for people to contact in terms of if they're having trouble accessing virtual care, right? That would be a conduit where people could reach out and call 811 and talk about some of the issues that they're experiencing and have them be navigated through that. And then the other issue that I would say is that we do take some people off of the list and assign them to a practice. So some people find the practice on their own. There's a variety of different ways, but there is a requirement that there are unattached patients for our new GPs, that they would take some people off of that list in order to kind of lighten the list, shorten the list.
Recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I guess, yeah, okay, I'll leave that there for now. The budget documents explain that there's a 14.5 million, there's 14.5 million more dollars to make virtual care available to everyone on the Need a Family Practice Registry and expand the kind of care available through virtual care. I'm wondering if the minister can provide a breakdown of the 14.5 million. So number one, is the contract with Maple, is it an annual ongoing cost? Will that repeat every year? And was there an analysis done to compare the cost of the contract to developing a service in-house?
Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness for.
Okay, so 6.25 million to further increase virtual care to include primary consults with specialists, physios, OTs, nurse practitioners. 6.25 million to provide Nova Scotians on the wait list immediate access to virtual care, and almost $1,988,000 to create a new chronic disease treatment prevention program focusing on chronic illness based on the INSPIRE model of COPD patients. So that's the breakdown of the investment in virtual care. So I would say, without getting a whole bunch of consultation, that we really don't have the platform or the ability to build and move out a platform and the resources that a pre-existing platform would have. That it does take a lot of work and we would need a lot of digital support. So we would look at contracting a service rather than kind of building in-house and trying to manage it and all of the all of the stuff that goes with that around cybersecurity and keeping up and things I don't understand. But it would be easier to have to contract a service.
Honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Only thing I didn't hear was the answer to the question that investment. How much of that will be a recurring investment year after year?
I recognize the honourable member for Minister for Health and Wellness.
It is a recurrent investment. Yeah.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if the minister can provide an update to the One Patient, One Record program. What's the current timeline? When can we expect to be online, as it were?
Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So what I will say about that is that we are currently under an active procurement, and there will be more to say later. Okay, I'm not really able to say a whole lot about it because of that procurement process.
Honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. I want to turn my attention now to gender-affirming care. So, in recent years, the department appears to have taken the approach of expanding coverage of gender-confirming surgeries after there are human rights challenges that affirm the right not to be discriminated against based on gender identity. Others have suggested that a review needs to take place together with the trans community that would proactively create a list of surgeries. Others still have suggested that the department should use the threshold of funding whatever a patient and healthcare provider together decide is medically necessary. I'm wondering first if the minister can explain the department's current approach and what is being looked at in the way of increasing or expanding trans people's access to gender-confirming surgeries.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Okay, so we do have a policy at the Department of Health and Wellness that is currently under review, and there has been some early stakeholder gathering, which of course would be with the transgender community, and we're committed to looking at that work. So the current policy is based on the WPATH standards of care, and we do continue to follow that. We know that there are some gender-affirming surgeries and care that can happen in Nova Scotia, but there are some that require expertise that is outside of our province. And so we are committed to reviewing the policy, working with community, understanding what the needs are, and moving forward. So that's what I would say. We're in the early stages of that work.
Recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you for that. So WPATH is about to release a new set of standards, of care. So it's good to hear that Nova Scotia is using the standards of care now. Is the province prepared to use the new standard as a way to set the policy?
Recognize the honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Yes, that is the best practice and the best standard of care that we have. So yes, of course, we will move with the standards as they move. Yeah.
Honourable the member for Dartmouth North.
So I'm interested to know about the consultations with the transgender community. If you can say a little bit more about that, that would be great. Like what groups you're meeting with and that kind of thing. And as you mentioned, or as the minister mentioned, a serious part of the dynamic in Nova Scotia is the access to actual specialists in Nova Scotia. And so people travel to the clinic in Montreal often to access care. So I'm wondering if there's anything being done to improve the access to gender-confirming surgeries right here in Nova Scotia.
Recognize the honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So in terms of the care that is offered outside of the province, as you know, it's extremely specialized. And so I would say that we are open to hearing from physicians in Nova Scotia who are, interested in delivering that care. What will be important, it's not just obtaining the skill, it's around maintaining competency as well. So I don't really know what the volume of care provision is in Montreal, but I think it would be important on a go-forward basis as we looked at the program as to whether or not it's one thing to gain the skill, but can we maintain competence with the current, based on our current population and the demand on the service, because you want people to have the absolute best care that they can have. So we're just checking with the department around those early consultations. We have been contacted. There are a couple of advocates who have some recently who have some ideas about how the policy will change, and I know that we're in the process of setting up a meeting to reach out and speak with them, but we will check on in terms of who's already been consulted, and I'll get back to you.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and that would be great if we could get that list. And, also, let me just put a plug in for, like a public consultation. I think that there's, lots of folks in Nova Scotia who are advocating around gender-affirming care, but, there's only a few organizations, and so there's lots of people who have personal experience and, people who are advocating for their kids. And so a public consultation, in my mind, makes a lot of sense because I think, can get a really good variety of thought and ideas. But the Yukon, actually, I had a meeting, I guess it was in the fall, with a public servant in the Yukon. The Yukon has the most expansive gender-affirming care policy in the country. And speaking of, jurisdictions where there's not a bunch of specialists, essentially, when I talked to the public servant, they said that, essentially they don't do anything like any of the surgeries in the Yukon, and they send everyone to Vancouver basically, and so that's just a part of their gender affirming care, is that like everyone goes to Vancouver, everyone's flights are paid for, everyone gets a companion to go. It's like a really excellent policy. So I guess I'm wondering if the department looks at other jurisdictions when setting our policy around gender affirming care.
Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So yes, we do. For the most of the programs that we offer, we do a jurisdictional scan to see what other places are doing.
Member for Dartmouth North.
Well, then I hope you're looking at the Yukon, because it is the best, in Canada anyway. It's my understanding that decisions about what procedures and surgeries are covered are made by a panel at MSI. I'm wondering if the minister can tell us whether this panel consults with communities about coverage.
Minister for Health and Wellness.
So the role of MSI is really to enforce the policy that is set by the department. So the review that we would make would influence how they would review the applications, right? So it's the Department of Health that sets the policy, not MSI.
A member for Dartmouth North.
I'm wondering, so WPATH, one of the aspects of WPATH, that WPATH advocates for a principle of informed consent when providing gender-affirming care. So how is the principle incorporated, how is this principle incorporated into Nova Scotia's MSI coverage policies? I'm wondering if you can speak about that. And if you have a timeline also on the policy review.
Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I'm not familiar enough with the standards to speak directly to the first part of your question. And the timeline, I would say, is, so it has started. I think right now there's been a few disruptions related to the sitting of the House and Omicron, a number of things. But it's not going to be a protracted experience. Like, we want to move forward with that. We know that there are some gaps, and we're certainly open to hearing, but we want to make sure there's adequate consultation at the same time. So it's got to be done well, and I think the department is committed to that.
Good. Honourable member for Dartmouth North. Oh, thank you. Good.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Nova Scotia Federation of Labour, I'm going off topic again, changing topics again. The Nova Scotia Federation of Labour estimates that 26% of Nova Scotians do not take their medications as prescribed because they can't afford to. The federal government has promised to implement a universal pharmacare, has been promising to implement a universal pharmacare for years and years. And we've heard, a latest sort of kind of commitment to that lately at the federal level. Can the minister please talk about what her government's approach has been to this work taking place at the federal level? Has there been any work thus far?
Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So there is a pharmaceutical interjurisdictional committee that exists, and through our FPT networks, we do continue to talk. We're engaged in those discussions, is what I would say. Yeah.
Member for Dartmouth North.
Well, since the, newsworthy announcement of the NDP and the federal Liberals joining forces and, breaking the country, some would say. I'm wondering if there's been any new interest, at the provincial level, if those meetings have ramped up, if there's any sort of, talk about stuff coming up in terms of that new announcement. I'm being sarcastic, of course, for the record. For the Hansard, I don't think it's going to break the country.
Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
No, I would say there's nothing new in that new alliance yet that's come out specific to this. Yeah.
Member for Dartmouth North.
The minister may be surprised at this, Madam Chair, but our caucus has been advocating for physician assistants for many, many years and months. Physician assistants have important skills that could be used to alleviate pressures in the healthcare system. 5 major studies in Canada have found that physician assistants can reduce physician workload, resident workload, and improve discharge rates, decrease both length of stay and time to consultation. Decrease both length of stay and time to consultation, could save a supervising physician, a surgical physician, an average of 204 hours per year. They could reduce emergency department wait times by 1.9 times and the left without being seen rates by 50%, and increase surgical productivity by 36.7%, allowing 2 ORs to run simultaneously. And aside from all that, you may know that we have physician assistants living right here in Nova Scotia who are not licensed to practice, but folks who have retired from the military who have been practicing as physician assistants who just can't do it here but would do it here. So I'm wondering what progress is being made on the proposal to allow physician assistants to practice more widely in Nova Scotia.
Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So in regards to the physician assistant, there is a pilot that's underway, and they're currently working with orthopedics specifically. So when you said you think the world of them, I said so does Kevin Orrell. He's talking about them himself. Yep. So we're looking at whether or not that pilot can be developed outside of that specific skill set, that orthopedic skill set that they have. There are 2 training facilities in Canada that have capacity, so we wouldn't have to set up our own training, which is also a benefit. The military physician assistant currently has a bit of a limited scope, so there would be some training requirements that are required. And we have, through Dr. Orrell, have been in contact with the College of Physicians to understand how we would license them. So I would say the program is under development. I'm wondering what opportunities exist.
Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. Well, that's helpful. So it doesn't sound like it's a no. It sounds like that there is a useful or a place for physician assistants in the system. I'm wondering if there are any major barriers, like, I don't know, pay scale, or, is there something about physician assistants that makes it like challenging or difficult to do that work, to get them working in Nova Scotia?
Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so certainly there is an appetite to understand where physician assistants can complement the system. Certainly the Premier has identified them as a potential resource in the province. And we have, there has been discussions with the national body and just understanding where and how we can integrate physician assistants into the system. So it is early, but there has been, pretty good conversations about how and when we could potentially use that physician assistant skill set.
Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to ask a question about Lyme disease. So I'm wondering if the minister can explain what investments are being made in order to ensure healthcare providers have the necessary resources to assess those at risk of Lyme disease, and to increase the number of familiar doctors and keep emergency rooms open, improving the availability of urgent care when someone is suffering from a tick bite or Lyme disease.
Minister for Health and Wellness.
So there is ongoing education available to physicians in terms of how to assess and treat Lyme disease, but also in the fall, pharmacists actually had their scope expanded. So you can, I don't know, I can't remember exactly all the details, but you can take the tick or a picture of the tick, you can go in, have it assessed, and the pharmacist can prescribe preventative treatment for you. It's a very inexpensive medication called, I think it's doxycycline, very inexpensive, and so they can treat you there. So there is a lot more access at a community level in terms to support people who have tick bites.
Member for Dartmouth North.
Great. And is there any money in the budget for supporting Nova Scotia-based research and examination of global best practices on Lyme disease in collaboration with patient groups?
Recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So there isn't anything specific related to Lyme disease, but there is an investment of $2 million for the Communicable Disease Prevention and Control branch of public health. So it would, enhance public health in general, but there's nothing specific to Lyme disease.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Great, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn to the insulin pump program now. So the insulin pump program was established by the NDP government. It helps families and individuals afford the costs of insulin, insulin pumps, which can be in the thousands of dollars, but its budget has been decreasing year over year, and families are still frequently left with massive bills for these very important devices. So it looks like in 2014, there was $5.3 million. In 2015, $2.3 million. 2016, $1.5 million. In 2017, $987,000. And then 2018 through to this year, $815,000. So I'm wondering if the minister will commit to restoring funding to this very important program. That's the first question.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So the budget is actually based on uptake. So it's based on, it's utilization based. So anybody that needs it gets it.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Yes, I had a feeling you were going to say that because ministers in the past have said that as well. But I would suggest that families are still paying thousands, hundreds to thousands of dollars for these machines, and many can't afford it. Diabetes Canada is advocating for more funding. My question, I guess, is why has it not been decided to keep the original budget of $5.3 million and increase the allotment to families so that people are paying less out of pocket, and or why not add continuous glucose monitors, which are also important life-saving devices, but also extremely expensive? Would the government consider, putting the budget back to where it was in 2014 and making the money more available to more people, or covering the glucose monitors?
The Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So what I will say is that this is a program that is close to my heart. I worked in the school board for a number of years and worked with a number of kids who were on pumps, and always marveled at how parents slept at night in terms of caring for their little people. What I will say is that we are looking at the program and considering we are having a look at the program. So there's nothing in the budget and there's nothing to say right now, but I've met with a number of advocacy groups, and I am aware of the concerns of the groups and the needs of the groups. So, that's what I will say for now.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. In my last minute, I'll probably begin this question, but at a committee meeting last year, Dr. Strang explained the importance of people being able to stay home from work when they're sick. He said, quote, certainly from a public health perspective, not just COVID-19, it's a long-standing challenge, whether it's salmonella in a restaurant or influenza every year. There are a lot of reasons why people don't stay home or are unable to stay home, and it is absolutely important that we work together to recognize the barriers that may limit people's ability to stay home and find ways to collectively reduce those barriers, end quote. COVID-19 has obviously compounded this issue, and we see that the workplace is a significant site of transmission. Does the minister agree with the Chief Medical Officer of Health that we need to do what it takes to ensure that people can stay home when they're sick?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I certainly recognize that there are a number of infection prevention and control procedures that have to be followed, and that there are times that we don't want people who are unwell if they're in the workforce. So
Order. Sorry, called over. I'll now ask the Liberal Party to begin their questioning.
Fooled you. I thought it was Derek.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
I know, hey. So thank the Minister and staff for being here tonight. I know it's going to be a long couple of weeks for all of you, so just appreciate you being here. My question to the Minister is, how many positive COVID cases did we have in the month of January?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I can tell you that between December 2021 to around the end of March, we had 35,707 cases, confirmed cases of COVID. Beginning of March.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Did you say 35,000, right? So is that PCR and self-reporting tests? That's just PCR. So the question wasn't how many PCR positives we had. The question was how many COVID positive tests we have. Nova Scotians were asked to home test and self-report. That information was going to the Department of Health, and surely you were keeping that information. So I'm asking, surely, I'm asking you in January, how many self-reported and PCR tests combined COVID positive tests were there in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
We'll have to get that number for you.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
So thank you. Also, if you could, we'd like to, if possible, we could have it sometime this week. Obviously, that information is somewhere within the Department of Health. I don't think it would take a lot of digging to find it. I think it would be troubling if the information took weeks or months to get, as Nova Scotians were told to self-report, and they were trusted. They trusted the department to keep that information. We'd also like to, if possible, December, January, and February combined. If you could either do it a total, or you could do a breakdown of self-reported COVID positive tests, a PCR test per month. Is that possible to get by, say, end of week, before the end of the week?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So we'll go back to the department and ask what the timelines on that would be.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
It's like doing squats, just up and down. What happens to that information? So I had COVID in December. My partner, Rena, and our 3 kids all tested positive. So that's 5 cases right there. We self-reported those cases. When I self-report my case of COVID, what happens quickly to the, what happens? What does the department do with those positives? And why is it different from PCR? You can go to her, yeah. I don't want to sit. I just want to stand and sit in the light. Hey, I'm on camera right now. That's fine. My wife tells me all the time when I get asked.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So that information, the self-reports, go to the Nova Scotia Health Public Health, and it's used as part of the surveillance work that the department uses for COVID.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
So when Public Health, NSHA, and the Premier, who ultimately makes the decision on the direction when it comes to COVID, and obviously the Premier is making that decision based on information he's receiving from Public Health and NSHA. Would the Premier be making those decisions based solely on PCR tests, or would he be making that decision on self-reported and PCR tests?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I would say all of the information that we gather around COVID is used in terms of the decision-making process. So whatever information we collect, PCR, self-reports, number of staff, hospitalizations, capacity, I mean, it's not just a couple of things that lead, it's a whole group of metrics that we would use to collectively discuss and make decisions.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
What was the reasoning behind, so for a long time, up until, let's be honest, until the Progressive Conservatives came into power, when reporting daily numbers, governments were reporting the positives that were coming in. And there's somewhere along the way it was separated. So we're only going to report PCR testing. And I think when that happened, what I heard from people in the public was it undermined the confidence that people had in the testing. So people were saying, well, why are they only reporting PCR? Like, why are they not reporting home testing and self-testing? So I guess my question to the minister and her staff would be, why did you separate home tests versus PCR? And why the decision to not report home tests, home positives anymore?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So there's a few things to that question. So what I would say is that every wave of the pandemic was different in terms of the variant that we saw, in terms of the number of cases. So when we were faced with Omicron, which came to the province quickly, suddenly, at a significantly sized event, we were dealing with a variant that we hadn't seen before. So we know that Omicron is more contagious than other variants previous to that, and had a shorter incubation period. So one of the things that we found is that very quickly we had to change our testing strategy. So we continued to report positive PCR tests, and we did have to change for a period of time our testing strategy. And so we continued to get self-reports. We felt that as the Omicron wave continued, that was underreported to a large degree. I certainly know there was a number of people that I knew that had Omicron that did not self-report. So it is a way for us to measure. It helps us do surveillance, but we knew it wasn't a comprehensive number. And so the PCR tests allowed us to look at those individuals at highest risk who were getting PCRs in the testing centres through the later part of Omicron.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
So there's a few things that confused me in that statement, respectfully. You said that the PCRs were reflective of people that were highest risk. We don't know that. I know that, for example, my in-laws were in their mid to late 70s, tested positive for COVID with a home test, and they did not do a PCR test. So the numbers may show, the limited numbers that you had there may show that, but let's be honest, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Nova Scotians probably tested positive with a home kit. And some of those people, like my partner's best friend, her and her whole family tested positive, and her son, who tested positive without a PCR test, has a rare genetic disorder where he has no immune system. So to say that only that this is reflective of the people at highest risk is certainly not true. I'm sure a lot of people who were at high risk took the PCR test, but a lot of them didn't. A lot of them just were told, take your test and stay home. And I understand that these waves are different. And what I'll say about this is some of the statements that were said here was, it came on suddenly. It didn't come on suddenly. Like every other wave of COVID, we saw it out west. We saw it in Ontario. And it made its way across to Nova Scotia. For some reason, Nova Scotia always seemed to be one of the last provinces that was impacted by these waves. So we saw it coming. I would say what was different about this wave was the strategy, how to deal with it. Let's not test as much anymore. Let's lift restrictions. Even today, there was a report, I don't know if you saw it, in the news today, CTV, which was quite startling. It said every month of 2022 had a higher death rate than ever. January was worse. January was terrible. February was worse than January. March is worse than February. So what I'm wondering when it comes to COVID is, why the sudden shift when we know the numbers are skyrocketing now? We know that more and more people are passing away, unfortunately, and yet we're being told by the department that we have to live with it, and by the Premier that we have to live with this. And yet the numbers are showing that we went from the absolute best in the country to one of the worst. So my question to you is, why the shift? And you actually think going from the best in the country to the worst, one of the worst in the country at handling this, is good strategy?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So there's a couple of questions in there. So the testing strategy changed based on the capacity that we had, based on the numbers. So in this wave, the percentage of hospitalized, so not the number of cases, but the percentage of hospitalized. So in the first wave, it was 4.7% of non-ICU. It was 2% in the second wave, 6.1% in the third wave, 2.1% in the fourth wave, and 1.5% in this current wave. Percentage of hospitalized ICU patients was 1.4% in the first wave, 0.5% in the second wave, 1.8% in the third wave, 0.6% in the fourth wave, and 0.1% in this current wave. So the percentages are not, the raw numbers are higher, but the percentages are not. The percentage of deaths was 5.9% in the first wave, 0.2% in the second wave, 0.7% in the third wave, 0.6% in the fourth wave, and 0.3% in this current wave. So the raw numbers are larger, but the percentages actually don't show that there has been a progression.
Recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Here's the thing about the statement you just made. You just said that the statistics are lower, but the raw numbers are higher. Raw numbers are human beings. So the raw numbers means more Nova Scotians got COVID, more Nova Scotians have died and gotten seriously ill from COVID, but the statistics are lower. The other thing I will say is, how can we accurately say what the numbers are when you stopped testing? When the access to PCR and home tests have been nil to none. And I know that's not on you, but this is a very serious issue. Now, we were asking people in low-income areas to come, at one point, to come downtown to get test kits or to get PCR tests, and they couldn't. They couldn't afford it, or they had children at home. They couldn't get on the bus with 2 and 3 children. So what I would say about the statistics is they're very inaccurate. They really are. When we know that people were encouraged not to self-report and just stay home. And I see a couple of looks, but in the end, the philosophy was, there's no way to report it. Just, if you test or you feel sick, you can stay home, right? And deal with it. But a big part of that issue with staying home was, again, sick leave. So now we're seeing more and more people in Nova Scotia that are testing positive. The raw numbers show that. And listen, I was just with a group of close friends a while back, 8 of us, and 7 of them, or 6 of them, sorry, me and one other person, because I already had COVID and so did he. 6 of them had COVID. Not a single one of them reported it. Because there's no way to report it. There's no self-reporting anymore. And so what concerns me is that when we hear things like the statistics show, statistics aren't reflective of what's really happening on the ground. What would be more concerning to me, and what should be really concerning to the department and to the government, more importantly, is that CTV article today, more people died in January, even more people died in February, even more people died in March. And they're saying if the trend continues, it's probably going to be more people that unfortunately pass in April. And we are in the middle of a 6th wave. Is it 6 now? Or 5th, sorry. But I haven't heard any acknowledgement from the government on that. All we're hearing from the Department of Health, and even, one of the things that really, I think, stuck in people's craw during some of this stuff was that you talked about the testing capacity. Well, we pulled the home test, or the department, sorry, under your direction and under the Premier's direction, pulled home tests, home kits, out of just about everywhere. The only place in my community that really has them was the Spryfield Library, and those were gone like that. It was like Popeye's chicken when they found out that they had home testing kits. Yes, the kids at school got some, but you were sitting on a $100 million surplus. $100 million. Surely somebody went to the Premier of the Department of Finance and said, we need more money for this. We need more money for testing. And the reason I asked for the numbers in January and February is because we're hearing that it is exponentially higher than what was being reported. We're talking, some people are estimating it's 10 times higher. So I hope that we get those numbers this week, because I think it's extremely important. And listen, I know that it's very tough for the department. They've gone through years of this. The frontline workers are exhausted, and they're tired, and they've taken abuse, and they've been protested. And the systems they put in place now are being deconstructed. We were once on the cover of Maclean's magazine, and I know some of you probably saw that. We were being nationally recognized. And I'm not just saying it because it was the former Liberal government. I wouldn't care if it was green, purple, yellow, blue. It doesn't matter. At that time, we were leading the country, and we had amazing supports in place. And they've been deconstructed. And I don't get why you would deconstruct this stuff in the middle of a pandemic with a $100 million surplus. And I think what comes to mind when I think about this is priorities. That you ran on a healthcare budget, and that money was being used. A lot of it was, I think we saw $500 million was what was being used for COVID. And the general public they've asked the leaders in the community and the leaders of the province, you know, why can't I get access to the testing? Why can't I have sick days when I'm sick? And my answer to them is, I don't know. I mean, you saw I think it was a 4% increase in your budget, which I think was a little surprising for most. I think we thought it was going to be considerably larger. And none of that, it seems, has gone to fighting and continuing the fight for COVID. And this was the government leaders and the people that are now running the government from a political standpoint really beat up the previous government for not spending enough, for cases spiking. And I think the messaging we're getting from the Department of Health right now is we've got other priorities. And again, what's happened because of the lack of funding and resources around testing and protecting people from COVID is we saw what we saw this week, which is hospitals are once again shutting down surgeries. When that was, we were through that already. And yet you sat on $100 million. Do we not see the long-term effect that's happening here? People who should have been diagnosed for cancer, people who are sick, it's going to take a while. I can tell you from my own personal experience, colonoscopy was over 2 years. Over 2 years. There's people that are waiting 3, 4, 5, 6 years for surgeries and for preventative medicine. And the backload The issue that we're going to have here is people are going to be completely exhausted by the time, I mean, you can shake your head, but people are going to be exhausted. The medical professionals are going to be exhausted by the time we get out of COVID. And then you say, here you go, we're 5 years behind. So
Call to order. Yes. Thank you. It is now 9:40 and the House is set to adjourn at 10 p.m. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee do now rise and report progress and beg leave to sit again on a future date.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Contrary minded. The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report to the House. Order. The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Supply reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Supply has met and made progress and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Where am I here? I move that the House do now rise, the most important part,
Yes.
to meet again tomorrow from the hours between 1 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. Sorry. No longer the favorite. Following daily routine and question period business will include the continuation of Committee of the Whole on Supply to deal with the budget estimates, and with time permitting, second reading of bills number 123, 124, and 126. In addition, bills 94, 101, 102, 106, 107, 109, 114, and 115 will be considered in Committee of the Whole House on bills. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion is that the House rise to meet again on April 5th between the hours of 1 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. All those in favor of motion, please indicate aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. Nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned until April 5th p.m. at 1 p.m.